Barely, I'm assuming. And we are just about set to go. Again, door slammers meeting right about now, third floor of the timing tower.
Good morning, everybody. Well, ran into a little sprinkle of rain on the way over here, but looks like we're in good shape for now. All right, guys, all set up here. We got Cash from Chase, BC, doing a solo run, his 94 Mustang. And that wraps us up for Junior Street. So coming up next, we have first qualifiers for Junior Thunder. All right, guys. Well, we have Nash Gallant in the right lane. We have Dallas Jackson in the TCS lane, the tower lane. Dallas is driving for Extreme Hydrovac and Cascade Capital. Nash Gallant, BDL Auto, and Badass Garage. And welcome back, everybody. We are in the second installment, second weekend for the JBS Equipment ET Series. Race 3 today, and hopefully the rain will hold off for us. Got a bit of a warmer track compared to the season opener. and mostly blue skies, so it looks like we're in good shape. Nash Gallant with a 0.32 reaction time. Dallas Jackson left a little early on that one. Went red by 200ths. Nash Gallant runs a 12.76 and Dallas Jackson an 11.98. Owen Armstrong in the tower lane, driving an 04 Creative, driving for Fountain Tire Chilliwack and DRI Racing. And in the Lordco lane, we have Cadence Rodrigue here out of Chilliwack, BC, driving an 06 Creative. Driving for quite the list, Amsoil, Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. Cadence Rodrigue runs a 900. Owen Armstrong with a 1200. Now we have Alex Green in the left lane. Here out of Mission, BC, driving for True North Mechanical. Danica Harder in the right lane. Anderson A1 Auto House, piloting a 06 Creative. Danica Harder in the right lane with a 0.55 reaction time. Alex Green left a little early with a 0.75. We got Wesley Armstrong in the tower lane, driving for Fountain Tire Chilliwack and DRI Racing. Pearson Mass in the right lane for New Excavation Civil Construction. Wesley leaves a little early. Pearson Mass with a 12.30. Wesley Armstrong with a 8.98. Jackson White in the tower lane, driving the Hulk machine, White Lightning Racing. And we got Nate Green in the Lordco lane, driving for True North Mechanical. Jackson Cowie in the Lordco lane with a 004 reaction time, driving for Mundy's Towing. Crossing the line with a 15:30. Well, here's a fun announcement for you guys. Junior Dragsters Junior Street. If you guys and girls are looking for a turnkey 11-second race car, see Bill Wells by the Pro Shop. He's got a 1979 Malibu silver car. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the lanes. Pro to the lanes. Well, we got two Junior Lightning cars pulling through the burnout box right now. We got Isabella Marshall in the left lane, driving for Canco and De Silva Auto World, and Hunter Gallant driving for BDL Auto and Badass Garage in the Lordco lane. Isabella Marshall driving a 2016 Mike Boss dragster. Hunter Gallant driving a 2017 Innovative dragster. Isabella Marshall with a 031 reaction time, crossing the line with an 812 at 81.7 miles per hour. Hunter Gallant, 074 reaction time, crossing the line with an 1115 at 56 miles per hour. Now we got Connor Jackson in the left lane, Bentley Johnson in the Lordco lane. Connor Jackson driving for DKO Hot Rods, AMSOIL, and Rodrigue Family Racing Fitness Lab, and Lordco. Bentley Johnson in the right lane, driving for Rodrigue Family Racing, also. We got Connor Jackson piloting a 2014 Mike Boss. Bentley Johnson piloting a 2025 Mike Boss Junior Dragster. Green light, Connor Jackson with a 006 reaction time. Bentley Johnson with a 034. Connor Jackson gets across the line with a 795 at 80 miles per hour. Bentley Johnson a 799 at 80 miles per hour also. Now we have April Bond in the JBS Junior Dragster in the left lane. JBS, of course, being the title sponsor of this ET series right here at Mission Raceway on the River Valley Ford drag strip. Adam Katnick in the right lane, driving a 23 Mike Boss Junior Dragster. Driving for Lordco and TK Performance. April Bond with an 062 reaction time. Adam Katnick with an 028. Adam Katnick gets there first with a 792 at 81 miles per hour. April Bond, an 800 at 80 miles per hour. Hunter Thompson in the right lane, driving for JBS. We got Emily White in the tower lane, driving for White Lightning Racing. She's here out of Mission, BC, as well as Hunter. Emily White with a 004 reaction time. Hunter Thompson leaving early by 200ths. Emily White gets across the line with a 798 at 81 miles per hour. Hunter Thompson with a 801, also 81 miles per hour. Well, looks like the last of our junior lightning ran into some issues. So coming up next, we have the Pro ET in the staging lanes. And speaking of Pro ET, attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to the lanes, guys. Pro to the lanes. Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Stand by, Sportsman. And as the juniors are probably making their way back to their pits right now or are in their pits, just a reminder, Junior Dragsters, Junior Street. Guys and girls, if you're looking for a turnkey 11-second race car, see Bill Wells by the Pro Shop. He's got a 79 Malibu for a deal. So go on down there and check it out. Well, we're just doing a little bit of track prep before the pros hit the track. So I'm going to take a minute, thank JBS Equipment, our title sponsor for this event with the JBS Equipment ET Series. Built tough right here in Mission, JBS Equipment has become a global name in heavy-duty farm machinery with Fraser Valley-built spreaders, trailers, and baggers working fields all across North America and beyond. right, guys, the track is hot. So we have Brendan Piskacek in the Lordco lane driving a 1990 Ford Mustang GT. Powered by a 306 Ford under the hood. Driving for Buick Racing and Motoring Canada. With Thomas, left lane, looks like we got a Chevy 2 wagon. Brandon Piskacek with a 039 reaction time. Chevy 2 wagon with a 083. The Nova wagon ran a 1140 at 117 miles per hour. Brandon Piskacek a 1320 at 101 miles per hour. We have Martin Lambert in the Tower lane driving out of Everett, Washington. In his little 79 Chevy Monza H-body up against Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington. In his 69 Mach 1. Powered by a 428. Wow, Sean Langley with a 002 reaction time. Martin Lambert popping the wheels in the air with a 093 reaction time. Martin getting there with a 963 at 141 miles per hour. Sean Langley ran a 1164 at 110. We got Ralph Ellers in the Notchback 91, powered by a 6-liter LS. He's here out of Mission. And in the right lane, we got Mike Render in an 85 Chevy S10, also powered by a 6-liter LS. Mike Render in the Lordco lane, he's driving for Fountain Tire. Ralph Ellers leaves a little bit early. Mike Render with a 102, my mistake, reaction time. Mike Render getting across the line with a 1083 at 121 miles per hour. Ralph Ellers running a 1064 at a $125. Now we have Rich Dice in his 73 Nova driving for Transporters Logistics. And thanks to John Tabak for his LS swap in the right lane. And we have Steve Baskerville in the left lane back in his 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Steve Baskerville with the best reaction time at a 042. Rich in the 73 Nova gets across the line with an 1113 at a $120. Baskerville getting across the line with a 1316 at a $109. Now we have Dennis Winton, his 1966 Bel Air, powered by a 427. In the right lane, driving the Lost in Time car up against John McLean. In the Tower lane is 69 Ford Falcon. He's sitting behind a 363 Ford. Popping a little wheelie there with Falcon off Racing. Dennis Winton goes red, just goes red. Goes red by 0002. That's unfortunate. Now we have Rob Getz in the right lane driving a 2018 Ford F-150. Little single cab short box flavor. He's got a 5-liter under the hood. Dell Northgraves out of Pitt Meadows in a 77 Nova. Powered by a 414 small block Chevy, popping the front tires off the ground. Dell Northgraves with a 1022 at a $129. Rob Getz at a 1087 at a $128. Brian Heffel is in his 71 Chevy Vega, piloting a 434 small block Chevy under the hood in the Tower lane. We got Brad Litzenberger in his 81 Malibu, powered by a 350. A Malibu named Black Sheep. Breaking the staging beams now for the run. Brian Heffel gets there first with a 934 at 143 miles per hour. Brad Litzenberger with a 1230 at a $109. Now we have Jim Stahl out of Tulalip, Washington, the tower lane, driving his 2000 Mustang. And in the Lordco lane, I have no information about that car, but looks like a Comet, possibly a Maverick. Maverick leaves with a 018. Jim Stahl went red by 300s. Maverick gets across the line with a 989 at 134 miles per hour. Jim Stahl with a 1074 at a $124. Rob Monroe back in his 1940 Ford pickup, powered by a 383 small block Chevy, is in the tower lane. Ross Walker in the Lordco lane driving a 66 Chevy 2. That car is powered by a 427, and he is here driving for Preston Chevrolet. Clean little wheelie by Ross Walker with a 026 reaction time. Ross makes it down there first with a 10-12 at 130 miles per hour. Rob Monroe runs a 12-11 at 115. Now we have William Wood in the right lane, 92 Mustang. Seems like something's going on with that car. A little bit of smoke coming from the front of the car after that burnout. And we have Calvin Dirks in the tower lane driving a 78 Firebird named Sugar Bear, powered by a 400. Well, bit of a problem in the right lane. Looks like we got some oil down happening. So we're going to continue running the tower lane. We got Wayne Douglas out of Washington driving his yellow 68 Dart. With a 103 reaction time, he gets across the line with a 1062 at 124 miles per hour. And we have Steve Watkins from Hillsboro, Oregon. And I've got 2018 Ford, but that is definitely a C7 Corvette lining up to make his pass. Steve Watkins gets across the line with an 1131 at 123 miles per hour. And we got David Trimble from Nanaimo, BC, taking a ferry all the way over here to make a pass down the drag strip in his 2000 Mustang. David gets across the line with a 893 at 155 miles per hour. All right, guys, we have John Vandeven in the tower lane in a beautiful orange 68 Pontiac. Beautiful looking first gen F body. Leaving with a 0.75 reaction time, getting across the line with a 9.97 at a $1.32. Silver Malibu getting across the line with a 10.35 at 126 miles per hour. Now pulling up to the staging beams, it looks like we have a G-body Buick wagon. Gold wagon leaving with a 0.64 reaction time. Getting across the line with an 11.56 at 116 miles per hour. Now we have Mike Warner here out of Sumas, Washington, driving his 1966 Mercury. He's got a 399 Ford under the hood. Breaking the pre-stage beams. Big wheelie by Matt Warner. Big wheelie, but he lit up the red by 9 thou. Matt Warner gets across the line of that 10.46 at 124 miles per hour. And that blue S10 in the tower lane gets across the line with an 11.04 at 119 miles per hour. Up next, we have Nick Douglas out of Lake Stevens, Washington. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Sportsman. Sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Solid launch and a healthy little wheelie from that first gen F-body Camaro in the tower lane. Gets across the line with a 10.19 at 129 miles per hour. Now we have Giovanni Aliperte out of Victoria, BC, driving a 86 S10. Little square body S10 action with a 454 under the hood. Listen to that turbo sing. Hooked and just ripped down this track with a 896 at 151 miles per hour. Andy Klosky in the tower lane, driving here all the way from Quesnel, BC, in his 65 Chevy Strip Teaser with a 406 under the hood. Andy Klosky leaving the line a little early. Lighting up the red by 6 thou. Gets across the line of the 977 at 134 miles per hour. Now we have Chris Stone of Stone Cold Racing driving his 68 Dodge 440 powered car in the tower lane. Driving for Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors. Chris Stone with the 020 reaction time gets across the line of the 1018 at 128 miles per hour. Now we have Ron McKenzie driving his 1970 Chevy Nova out of Ferndale, Washington. Ron McKenzie having a little issues there. Lighting up the red by 100th. Now we have Lawrence Schwartz in his 1983 Monte Carlo powered by a 468. He's driving for Bubba's Speed Shop, Taves Roofing, and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Lawrence Schwartz with a 039 reaction time gets across the line of the 1007 at 133 miles per hour. Now we have Craig Johnson in his 79 Malibu wagon driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. The Wheelie Wagon. Craig Johnson leaving with a 0.21 reaction time gets across the line with a 10:44 at 122 miles per hour. Now we have John Tabak in his S10, 1989 S10, powered by a 365 LS, driving for Rad Torque Systems. Rad Torque Systems, Canadian company founded in '94. They design and manufacture high-performance torque wrenches and bolting systems, battery, pneumatic, and electronic rad guns used in heavy-duty industries. John leaves with a 0.35 reaction, crossing the line with a 10:45 at a $1.27. And now we have Dave Jung driving here out of Surrey, BC in his '96 Camaro. Beautiful wheelie as that Camaro leaves the line, leaving with an 0.40 reaction time. Crossing the line with a 10:48 at 126 miles per hour.
Thank you.
Beautiful sunny morning here at River Valley Ford drag strip. Just dropping a little River Valley Ford shout out. Mission's only Ford dealership, serving the Fraser Valley from its low heat highway location. It's a single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters for sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long. Well, looks like the track crew is just having a look at the Lordco lane there, making sure it's all nice and clean, ready for some runs. That was the last of our pro, so now we're moving on to Sportsman ET. And in pro, we got Nick Douglas with a 0:01 reaction time and Sean Langley with a 0:02 reaction time. Top leaves of this morning so far. Well, still working on getting the Lordco lane cleaned up. By the sounds of it, that Fox body that was out here is, when he was doing his burnout, had a little bit of shudder or wheel hop or something, and it shook the car up enough to shake some oil out of the bottom end of it. Well, the track crew's down there doing a great job of cleaning up. I'm going to drop a little shout out to TCS Products, also known as Torque Converter Specialties. They are a family-owned Langley, BC company founded in 1968. What started as a small transmission rebuild shop in New Westminster grew into one of North America's top names in high-performance automatic transmission parts and torque converters. Founder Bob Marshall was a competitive drag racer, and his racing experience directly inspired many of the performance products they still manufacture today. Born from drag racing passion right here in BC, TCS Products in Langley has spent more than 55 years building the converters, billet internals, and transmission hard parts that help racers put every bit of horsepower down to the pavement. And we are going to get some horsepower running down our pavement shortly. Well, while we wait to get going here, well, if you guys haven't had a breakfast this morning, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. See what they got cooking up. The season opener for the JBS ET series. I had a breakfast sandwich. It was fantastic. All right, guys. Well, we're still in a little bit of a waiting period here, so I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about Mission Raceway's history. Going back to the early years, 1952 to 1965. Before this current facility existed that we all know and love, the BC Custom Car Association, one of Canada's oldest hot rod clubs, hosted races on unused runways at the Abbotsford Airport from 1952 to 1957. The club spent the late 50s banking every dollar from car shows to fund a permanent home. The original Mission Raceway was 1965 until 1978. The first official Mission Raceway opened on August 26, 1965. Initially, the track lacked bleachers and even guardrails, but it quickly became an NHRA-sanctioned powerhouse. In July 1970, a world record of 212.76 miles per hour was set in the funny car class by Art Whipple and Ed McCulloch. The closure. In 1978, the District of Mission closed the track to establish an industrial park, starting a dark era for local racing that lasted over a decade. And now this track, the new Mission Raceway Park, 1992 to present. After 14 years of legal battles, land swaps, and a BC Supreme Court victory, the facility reopened at its current location on March 14th, 1992. Over 5,000 spectators attended the first practice session. While famous for this track's quarter-mile drag strip, the park added a 9-turn road course and a motocross track. Since its rebirth, the track has won the NHRA Division 6 Track of the Year award numerous times, including 5 consecutive years from 1994 to 1998. The good air, because it is at sea level, the air is denser, providing more oxygen for engines and allowing for faster times than almost anywhere else in the Pacific Northwest. Shout out Comox Valley Excavating. Comox Valley Excavating, Vancouver Island-based excavation and site services company, providing professional earthworks for residential and commercial projects across the Comox Valley and surrounding areas. They specialize in land clearing, grading, trenching, and full site preparation for new builds and developments, using experienced operators and heavy equipment to get projects started safely and efficiently. From preparing home foundations to shaping land for roads, drainage, and infrastructure, Comox Valley Excavating focuses on delivering reliable, precise work that quite literally builds the groundwork for the communities they serve. I just heard over the radio we're getting guys in the cars and getting the cars moved up. Sounds like we're getting ready to make some passes here. Good to go, good to go, good to go. And I can hear some engines down there and see some cars pulling into the burnout box. And back at it. We got two muscle cars smoking the tires. We got Tyler Smith in the tower lane, driving his 68 Chevelle. In the Lordco lane, we have Brendan Piskacek in his 1990 Ford Mustang. Brendan in the Lordco lane is driving for Buick Racing and Motoring Canada with Thomas. Pulling into the staging beams right now. Tyler Smith leaving with a 0.61 reaction time. Brendan Piskacek with a 0.88. TCS lane, Tyler Smith running an 11.84 at 94 miles per hour. Brendan Piskacek with a 13.29 at 101 mile per hour. Now we have Josh Klosky in the tower lane. And we got Bill Wells, 79 Chevy Malibu, powered by a 454. Now, guys, this car in the Lordco lane is for sale. It is a turnkey 11-second race car. Bill Wells will sell it to you for a deal. You can find him by the Pro Shop today. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Stand by, motorcycle. Haley Christensen gets across the line with an 11.84 at 115 miles per hour. Dan Piskacek with a 14.40 at 96 miles an hour. Now we have Jim Olson, a 94 Mustang convertible in the tower lane, up against Jessica Armstrong and her 75 Dart, powered by a 318. Driving today for Armstrong Family Racing. Jessica Armstrong runs a 13:27 at 102 miles per hour against Jim Olson's 15:52 at 89 miles per hour. Now we have Stormy Newcomb. From Camano Island, Washington. Excuse me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. And the 99 S10, powered by a 355, driving for Acro Machining, Pavey Hill Machine, and SBB Racing. Leaving with an 0.52 reaction time, we got Jan Christensen out of Langley in the 09 Cadillac in the Tower Lane. S10 crossing the line with a 13:05 at 101 miles per hour. Jan Christensen crossing the line with a 15:51, 90 miles per hour. Now we have Jeff Holman, 1970 GMC 383 Chevy truck, up against Graham McNeil, 2000 Ford Mustang. Jeff Holman driving right here in Mission, BC, leaving a little bit early. Lighting up the red by 100th. Graham McNeil crossing the line at a 14:54, 93 miles per hour. Jeff running a 12:66 at a $1.05. Now we have Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dodge, 360 powered, driving for Lordco. Veronica Hodgson, 007 reaction time off the line. That was a tidy leave. And she gets across the line with an 11.87 at a $1.09. And the G-Body wagon runs a 11.57 at 116 miles per hour. Now we have David Johnson out of Saanich, BC, driving a 2021 Porsche up against a 71 Chevelle driven by Ryan Ladret, powered by a 402. Kind of a yin and yang race here on the drag strip. David Johnson gets there with a 10.25 at 135 miles per hour. Ryan Chevelle crosses the line with an 11.67 at 115. Now we have Jim Benke driving here out of Mission in his 73 Scamp up against Taryn Monroe, 1997 Trans Am. Jim leaving a little bit early, lighting up the red by 3 thou. Taryn Monroe crossing the stripe with 14.13 at 97 miles per hour. Jim Benke ran a 15.01 at 90 miles per hour. Now we have Eric Hansen driving out of North Van in his 1970 Dodge with a 360 under the hood. Lining up next to John out of Mission in his 67 Conso's, experiencing some wheel spin there. Lost traction off the line. Eric Hansen with a 0.16 reaction time gets across the line with a 12.04 at 110 miles per hour. John Califo run a 13.64 at 107 miles per hour. Now we got Nick Douglas in the Lordco lane driving his 1968 Dart. Lining up next to Jordan Ormsby out of Langley, 1994 Firebird powered by a 400. Nick Douglas is here from Lake Stevens, Washington. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles, we need you guys in lane 5. Motorcycles, lane 5. Hot rods, you guys are on standby. Nick Douglas leaving with a 0.37 reaction time, crossing the line with an 11.95 at 111 miles per hour. Jordan Ormsby ran a 12.66 with a $1.14. And now we have McKenna Thompson, 2025 Ford F-150 in the tower lane. And we got Sylvia's Baby Blue 1966 Ford Mustang in the Lordco lane. McKenna Thompson, of course, on the first day of the JBS ET series, she ran some licensing passes, got her license, ran to the end of the weekend and cleaned up, coming out on top in first place for last weekend. Sylvia Hookston's leaving with a 0.31 reaction time. McKenna Thompson with a 0.76. Lordco lane crossing the stripe with a 12.07 at 111 miles per hour. McKenna Thompson runs a 15.03 at 93 miles per hour. Ford truck had a little bit of water coming out the exhaust, so we got the track staff just drying it up real quick. All right, folks, we have Kevin McCauley in the tower lane driving a 1983 Oldsmobile Cutlass, driving for BDL Automotive. Lining up next to Darren Martin out of New West, driving his 2005 GMC. Kevin McCauley leaving with a 0.93 reaction time. Kevin McCauley crossing the stripe with an 11.84 at $1.11. Darren Martin is 05 GMC with a 16.93 at 80 miles an hour. Now we have Del James and his hatchback 83 Mustang, powered by a 502. Little bit of wheel spin and some shuddering of the tires, but he crosses the stripe with an 11.56 at 120 miles per hour.
See big bouncy castles. Right?
Well, that was the last of the Sportsman. Just looking over the track, making sure it's nice and sticky for the Super Pro cars that are coming up. Shaping up to be an absolutely beautiful day today. And I do apologize for saying that 4-letter word starting with R earlier. It is my second weekend here. And I heard that was bad juju. So I will remove that word entirely from my vocabulary. Guys, we got Ted Buss in the tower lane, 1934 Ford, powered by a 427 Chevy. He's racing for Shawnigan Trucking. Lining up next to Daryl Line up next to Daryl Tippy, 1962 Chevy 2, powered by a 454. This car is called Golden Shower. Ted Buss leaving with a 032 reaction time. Daryl with a 039. Ted Buss crossing the line with a 909 at 142 miles per hour. Daryl Tippy with a 1050 at a $127. Now we have Emily Gerard driving here at a Chilliwack 2001 undercover dragster with a 582 big block Chevy sitting behind her. Driving for Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. In the Lordco lane, John Jenkins out of Delta, 1988 Chevy S10. Single cab, powered by a 406, driving for West Coast Building, Mackenzie Racing, and Bubba's. Emily Gerard with a 010 reaction time. John Jenkins with a 010 reaction time. Emily runs a 743 at 180 miles per hour. John with a 1009 at a $131. Now we have Daniel Rodrigue, 08 TNT Dragster, powered by a 615 big block Chevy, up against Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. Brad Powell in the right lane with a 015 reaction time. Daniel Rodrigue with a 013, crossing the finish line with a 718 at a $183. Brad Powell ran a 720 at 184 miles per hour. Warren Jacobson in the Tower lane, 1967 Chevy 2, powered by a 454. And we got Brody Soares in a 03 Chevy. Looks to be a Cavalier. Here all the way from Terrace, BC. Brody Soares with a 070 reaction time in the JE body. Warren Jacobson at a 016 reaction time. Brody Soares crossing the stripe with a 772 at a $176. Warren Jacobson 1090, 140 miles per hour. In the right lane, Colton Morin driving here from Mission, BC. 2007 Race Tech Dragster, 615 cubic inch big block Chevy, driving for Morin Motorsports. And we got Derek Shirk out of Langley, 2022 Mullis Dragster body, chassis with a 582. Colton Morin, 002 reaction time. Derek Shirk in the left lane running a 723 at 183 miles per hour. Colton Morin ran a 770 at a $173. Now we have Rick Model in the Lord Colleen out of Courtney, BC. Rick Model going red by 5 thou. Crossing the stripe with a 767 at 171 miles per hour. We got John Brining, 1970 Camaro, powered by a 632. The Lord Colleen, we have Paul Swords, also out of Terrace, BC. All right, red car lining up next to a red car. We got a second gen Camaro and another one of the Soars in the right lane, driving what I believe is another J-body car. This one appears to be Pontiac flavored. John Brining slow leaving on that. Started that race. Paul Soares leaves with a 0.24 reaction time. Paul Soares getting across the line with a 8.09 at 168 miles per hour. John Brining with a 9.40 at 147 miles per hour. We have Emma Dubry in the right lane out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. Driving a 94 Victory Dragster, powered by a 469 big block Chevy. Lining up next to Mike Stewart in the Tower Lane out of Langley, BC in his 67 Chevy. Mike Stewart driving for Ken's Specialty, Gibson Trans, Lake Performance, Big Al Motorsports, and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Ted. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods to the lanes, please. Hot rods, we need you guys to the lanes. Super Combo, you guys are on standby. Emma gets across the line with a 8.58 at 158 miles per hour. Mike Stewart runs a 10.04 at $1.32. Now we have Kevin McNichol in the Tower Lane 1967 Chevy Nova, powered by a 434 small block Chevy. Lining up next to Steve McKenzie in the Lorca Lane 1987 Cavalier. Kevin McNichol leaves with a 002 reaction time. gets across the line with a 980 at 136 miles per hour. Steve McKenzie gets across the line with a 875 at 157 miles per hour. John Tabak, Smokey Burnout in the Tower Lane, 1989 Chevy S10. LS powered in a 365 flavor. And we got Greg Doty in the right lane. 2005 Rail Dragster, driving out of Abbotsford, powered by a 582. A Rad Torque truck, lining up next to a Rad Torque Dragster. Reaction time on the Tower Lane. 025 reaction time for Greg in the Lordco lane. Greg runs a 819 at 160 miles per hour. John runs a 1045 at a $1.27. Now we have Kevin Garlock in the left lane. 1971 Camaro, powered by a 565. Nice looking vinyl top car. Lining up next to Jason Gibson, 91 Notchback Fox Body Mustang, powered by a 289. And Kevin Garlick gets there first with a 915 at 129 miles per hour. Jason Gibson ran a 960 at a $1.40. Glenn Monaghan in the Dragster, here all the way from Summerland, BC. He's sitting in front of a 632, lining up next to Martin Rachel, 1978 Malibu. Leaving with a 024 reaction. Glenn getting across the stripe with a 967 at 192 miles per hour. Martin ran a 1092 at a $1.27. We have Jeff Dell in the right lane, here from Oliver, BC. His 1976 Dodge lining up next to Ron Fawcett out of Nanaimo, BC, 1923 Model T. Ron Fawcett in the slightly altered 23 Model T, driving 4 straight line race cars. Jeff Dell leaving a little early by 300ths. Ron Fawcett leaving the 021 reaction time. Ron crossing the line with a 942 at 154 miles per hour. Jeff Dell crossing the stripe with a 961 at a $1.37. And he left a little bit early on that one. Shaylin Svetic, Tower Lane, 1974 Dragster, front engine Dragster, driving 4 innovative wood coatings and coastal equipment repairs. JJS SIA Abrasives, Bumper to Bumper, Bubba's Speed Shop, and the Vancouver Giants. Lining up next to G. Van Brar, 2016 Dragster, powered by a 582 Chevy. G. Van Braar leaving with a 0.12 reaction time. Crossing the stripe with a 798 at 167 miles per hour. Shaylin running a 922 at 143 miles per hour. Brad Vingy in the Tower Lane, 1968 Chevy Camaro. Driving for B&C Racing. Fred Hoffman in the right lane, 1967 Camaro. We got the first year Camaro lining up next to the second year of Camaro. Brad Vingy running an 0.85 reaction time. Fred with a 0.21 reaction time. Fred crossing the stripe with a 10.19 at a $130 miles per hour. Brad Vingy running a 10.71 at 145 miles per hour. Lane with a 007 reaction time. Jen Christensen in the Lordco lane with a 001 reaction time. Orange Malibu runs a 862 at 153 miles per hour. Camaro ran a 1066 at a $123. Now we have Johnson's Custom Exhaust lining up next to Johnson's Custom Exhaust. We have Lauren Schwartz in his 83 Monte Carlo. First year of the Super Sport G-Body Monte Carlo. Up next to the G-Body 79 Malibu wagon. Big wheel stander car. Lauren's driving for Taves Roofing, Bubba's Speed Shop, Johnston's Custom Exhaust, of course, and LS Gutter Tech Ltd. Craig Johnson, big wheelie as always, with an 0.15 reaction time. Lauren Schwartz gets there first with a 10.03 at 133 miles per hour. Craig Johnson running a 10.45 at a $119. And we have Jeremy Soares out of Terrace, BC. 01 Cameron drag car. He's sitting in front of a 584 big block Chevy. Jeremy Soares leaving a little red by 2 thou, crossing the line with a 735 at 180 miles per hour. Now we have Brandon Hutchinson out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. Brandon Hutchinson leaving with a 0.24 reaction time. Crossing the straight with a 9.10 at 169 miles per hour.
So going to motorcycles now. Looks like we got about 3 or 4 in the class. Gonna make runs right now. We got Wild Bill McDonald, tower side of the racetrack. An 86 Kawasaki, Wild Racing. Combo cars, lanes 1 and 2. Super combo cars, your call to lanes 1 and 2. Stand by call, door slammers. So Wild Bill goes 262 red. Jody Brickwood goes 014, goes through at a 950 at 135 miles an hour. And Wild Bill goes through with a 918 at 141 miles per hour. Corey Craig over here at Tower Side out of Chilliwack, Hayabusa. Going up against Daryl Suck 86 Suzuki. Getting the top end first will be the TCS side of the racetrack. Goes through to 786 at 171 to an 853 at 153 miles an hour for Daryl.
Can you wish Mr.
Getting the top end first, it's going to be the TCS lane. Goes through with an 889 with a 7, a buck 40 to the Lordco lanes, 973 at 148 miles per hour. In Isaac Hazelton, out of Mission City, has a 384 reaction time. He's going to go through, stop the timers over on the Lordco side of the racetrack at a 12:15 at 118 miles per hour. I think that brings that to a close for motorcycles. Next up will be Hot Rod. Super Combo, you guys should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, you guys should be in lanes 1 and 2. And door slammers, you are on a standby. So safety just up on the top end of the racetrack, picking up something off the race surface before we start our next class, which would be the hot rod class. So first 2 cars in hot rod, TCS side of the racetrack, out of Abbotsford, British Columbia, the 72 Chevelle, Walter Johnson. Over in the spectator lane, the Lordco side of the racetrack, the 1940 Ford pickup truck of Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe Sr. And Rob Monroe Jr. driving it in his dad's honor. The reaction time going to the tower lane in 044 to a 109. Stopping the timers first will be the TCS lane with an 11:06 at a $1.20 to the Lordco lanes 12:10 at 116 miles per hour. Next pair coming up the starting line. Lordco Lane out of Aldergrove, BC, with the 55 Meteor is Roland Lowen. TCS side of the racetrack, out of Maple Ridge, is Terry Hookstons with his 66 Chevy 2. Still kind of hard to believe that he's in a North American car when he was always in a Volkswagen before. A 001 red with a 1 for Terry Hookstons. A 194 reaction time over there on the other side. Getting to the top end first is the Lordco Lane with a 13:14 at 101 miles an hour to a 12:17 at 110 for Terry Hookstons. I'm going to turn the mic back over to Slick Mike, or Mike Slick. Which way do you like it, Mike?
Either way. Mike Slick works.
Or just call you Slick.
Yeah.
Okay, have fun.
All right, Ken Hogue. 64 Plymouth in the Lordco lane, leaving with a 128 reaction time. Mustang in the Tower lane, leaving a little early. We got Jerry in the Tower lane, 1962 Chevy 2, powered by a 350. Lining up next to James Dobson's 70 Chevy Camaro, powered by a small block Chevy. Tower lane, we got a 037 reaction time next to a 045 reaction time. The Lordco lane, James stops the timer at 10:40 at a $1.27. Jerry runs at 10:71 at a $1.23. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, we need you guys in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6. That's door slammers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Barry Patterson lifting the front tires off the ground, but he leaves a little bit early. Red lighting by 300ths. Barry crosses the stripe with a 976 at 137 miles per hour. Rob runs a 1306, 64 miles per hour. Wayne Douglas in the Lordco lane. And the yellow 68 Dart turns 100 years old today. Congratulations, Wayne. 100-year-old birthday. Still ripping down the strip. Well, hot dog.
You know, and he doesn't look it at all. I would have never guessed a day over 90. We got Daryl Tippy in the left lane. Couple of green lights. Wayne Douglas, 133 on the tree. Not bad for a 100-year-old man. You know, you got to think that's going to do something reaction time wise.
I got to say, that's the fastest wheelchair I've ever seen. Runs at 1060 at 124 miles per hour. Tower lane at 1049 at a $1.27.
So Ryan Isherwood, Dennis Winton. Dennis Winton. The Lost in Time 66 Bel Air.
And Ryan Isherwood leaving a little bit early. I think he was after another quad 0 reaction time like he had on the first episode of Series 1 of the JBS ET series.
The Winton's light started with a 2. So he was a little lost in time, I would say. Then 1048 at 126, Ryan Isherwood. The 66 satellite puts together 1128 at 120 miles an hour. Now Ryan Ledrette. He's got this Chevelle up and running. Ran into some engine issues. Wasn't able to make it out for the first weekend, but they got it put back together, and they are here this weekend. Dale Wood in the right lane. The very much orange 72 Nova. Runs the better number, 1133 to Ryan Ledrette's 1160. Well, Mike, are we having fun?
We certainly are, and it's shaped up to be a beautiful day. Looking a little sketchy this morning, but nothing but sunshine and blue skies now.
For another couple minutes now, they're just going to drag, which means, yeah. Okay. So what you see on the map.
So I want to just give a shout out to, well, all the racers on the property. We've got some pretty healthy car counts here this morning. Well, specifically Super Pro, I should talk about. Look to be well over 30 cars, somewhere in the neighborhood of a dozen dragsters. So thanks for coming out to the River Valley Drag Strip here at Mission Raceway Park. We are thrilled to have you. So we're certainly thrilled to have River Valley Ford on board with us here at Mission Raceway Park. They are the latest naming rights holder And speaking of River Valley Ford, they've got some cars on display for us today in the winner's circle. So you can go check out what the brand new Bronco looks like. And I'm not sure what's beside it, possibly an Explorer. And as we speak, the bouncy house is going up. So that's got Mike up here in the tower, very excited. So yes, you can have a turn, but maybe let the little kids go first.
Well, they'll have to fight me for it. Looks like a lot of fun.
So here we are, second weekend of the year for the JBS series here at Mission Raceway Park. As I was mentioning last weekend, kind of a cool bonus that Justin Bond and JBS have sponsored the ET series here at Mission, because not only does JBS sponsor our series here at Mission, JBS is also the naming rights sponsor of the NHRA JBS Pro Mod Drag Racing Series, which, of course, Justin Bond competes in and is competing this weekend. So I believe that they are currently delayed in South Georgia. After 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday, Justin Bond sits in the number 6 spot. Should mention he's the current points leader by quite a margin. After a win in Pomona, the Winter Nationals, and a runner-up last weekend in Charlotte at the 4 Wides, Justin Bond's got himself a pretty good stranglehold on the points lead at the moment.
Mike, if you want to.
So after a little work on the racetrack, we are back. First pair in Super Combo. We're going to start off with Steve Veach and Sylvia Hoogston. Sylvia Hoogston's behind the wheel of Ep. 66 fastback Mustang. And we're used to seeing Sylvia in her baby blue 66 notchback Mustang. So a couple of cars looking for the 1090. How about Sylvia on the tree? 002. Nice. At the finish line. Pretty close. Steve Veach, 1091. Sylvia, a little on the quick side, 1085. So 002 and 1085. I would take that car into round one. I wouldn't touch a thing. Glenn Ingleton, representing the super gas side of things. He's in at 990. Herman Chan will be looking for a 1090. Herman in the white Camaro, left lane. Glenn Ingleton in the multicolored Corvette over there in the right lane.
'67 being the first year of Camaro. GM's answer to Ford's Mustang, and they were asked, because everybody knows what a Mustang is, they said, what does Camaro mean? What is a Camaro? And General Motors' response to that was a small, vicious animal that eats Mustangs.
Nice. So, how can you tell a 67 apart from a 68 or a 69 at a glance? It's the one and only year with a no draft window. And there's also going to be differences in taillights, marker lights, grill, all that stuff. But like I said, at a glance from the side, if you see that no draft, you're looking at a 67. We're ready to run. Ingleton looking for 990 in the right lane. Herman Chan looking for 1090 in the left. Ingleton strong on the starting line, 007. Not going to stand up to Sylvia's 002, but pretty stout. At the finish line, really nowhere near. Ingleton way under the 990 with a 947. Herman Chan also quite a bit under the 1090 with a 1074. Look at this. We've got an 890 player today. Emily Gerard in the right lane. Going to be running the Super Comp Index of 890. Adventure Dan in the left lane. Dan Parsons, Quality Racing. Guy's like 70 some odd years old and like runs marathons and hikes mountains and all kinds of stuff. And goes 1090 dead on. How about that? It was 13 red to start, but that's all right. You want to get those red lights out of your system during time trials. Emily, a little on the quick side of the 890 with an 884. That's going to bring up a couple of Lordco Super Combo Series veterans. Multi-time past champions, Martin Rochelle and Warren Jacobson. Look at Warren. 001. He betters Sylvia's 002. Then at the finish line is 7 thou under the 1090 index, 1089 with a 3. Martin Rochelle was 17 up front, then 1088 with a 2. And now, Brandon Hutchinson. Out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. Turns at 1 red. 988, $160. 160 miles an hour. That is trucking at the finish line. So do horsepower wars exist in the super series, in the super classes? Well, you better believe they do. It's all about who gets to do the chasing and who's going to wind up being the chasee. Now, why do you want a super gas car that goes 160 miles an hour? Because in most cases, that's going to mean you get to do the chasing. So that'll do it for time trial number 1 for the Lordco Super Combo Series. And into the water box rolls the first pair of Canada West Door Slammers. Jason Field, leaving no doubt that the back tires have a little bit of heat in them. Carries the burnout out to about 150 feet or so.
Just giving the track a good clean off the starting line for his first run. 71 Chevelle in the Tower Lane, driving for Ritchie Racing Engines, Green Light Auto Financing. See if Jason Field can light up some green lights today.
So he's lined up with Brad Powell for this opening hit. Field, obviously the quicker of the two cars, goes 704, 192 miles an hour. Brad Powell, 835, 163.
Otto Schulte in the Tower Lane. 05 Cavalier, powered by a 598. Lining up next to Dale Phillips. 69 Mach 1 Fastback Mustang. Otto driving for Georgia Straight Collision. Associated Tire, Odlum Brown, Lordco, Rondex, and Hearing Life. Dale Phillips goes red by 7th thou. Otto with a 011 reaction time crosses the stripe with a 749 at a $1.82. Dale Phillips runs a 1102 at 77 miles per hour. Paul Debris Jr., Shawnigan Lake, BC in the Lordco lane. Beautiful 66 Valiant.
So very unique looking Valiant. You know, I think the story behind it is okay. We want to build a little wing for it, but we want it to be really subtle, so it's barely noticeable. No shortage of wing on the back of that car. Cole Freeborn, tower side. Poe Freeborn gets there first, 7:18, 191 miles an hour. Debris Jr. in the Valiant goes 8:46, 158. So Canada West Door Slammers do qualify by ET. So the quickest ET will be your number one qualifier. And just a little note, not sure if you're aware of this, Mike, but one rule in their qualifying is you must run at least 870. Cannot run at least 870 through the rounds of qualifying. You are a DNQ for the race, and when it comes to round number one, you must dial at least 870. So 870 is kind of the magic number if you want to compete with the Canada West Door Slammers. So I'm going to have to trust my often unreliable memory, but I think we've got Shane Ledger, tower side. He was doing a bunch of testing and licensing last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, rather. And Roger Winter, also freshly relicensed. Roger Winter in the 41 Willys, right-hand lane. Roger with an 824, 161 mile an hour pass. Shane Ledger is in the show with an 856 at 156 miles per hour. So I gotta think that was Jay Severson, possibly, in the left lane. Going 793 in the Dodge Dakota pickup. Darren Buick went 854 at 157. So everybody that's run so far, well, outside of Dale Phillips, sorry, is in the show. Now Dave Kowalski. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need super shifters, BC super shifters. This is your call to the staging lanes. Super shifters, come on down to the staging lanes one more time. McLeod clutches, BC super shifters. This is your call to the staging lanes, and we'll give a standby call to license and test. License and test, please be ready to go. This is your standby call. And one more time, BC Super Shifters, this is your call to the staging lanes. How about Kowalski? 7:14 and a $1.98. Just knocking on the door of 200 miles per hour. The 8th mile was 466 at 158. One bad little Nova. Now Henry Zacharias and Mike Bedsworth. Mike Bedsworth in the right lane.
Mike Bedsworth 96 Cutlass. This was the years of the front-wheel drive Cutlasses, which this car most certainly is not. Up next to Henry Zacharias, very radical-looking 53 Vet body, powered by a 660.
So Mike Bedsworth in the Oldsmobile right-hand lane. Multi-time champion, reigning champion. Bedsworth, 2025 Canada West Door Slammers champion. And well, you can kind of see why. 008, 707, 192 miles an hour.
707, absolutely ripping.
That's one bad little bracket car, that Oldsmobile.
Henry Zacharias runs a 800 at a $1.73. Now we got Brian Ritchie, 68 Chevelle in the tower lane. He's sitting behind a 632 big block Chevy, driving 4 Ritchie racing engines. We got Andy Hatton, 69 Camaro.
So Mike, especially in this class, you're going to see Ritchie racing engines quite a bit. Well, Brian Ritchie is Ritchie Racing Engines. He supplies the horsepower for quite a number of competitors in this class. Ritchie doing a good job on the starting line. 011 up front, then 787 at 173. Andy Hatton puts himself in the show with an 829 at 161. So Canada West Door Slammers will be the only class that does not roll into eliminations later on today. They operate on a single header format, if you will. Qualify on Saturday, race on Sunday. All other classes, however, will be racing both days, double header. Qualify in the morning, race in the afternoon.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test. We need you guys in lane 6. License and test, this is your call to lane 6. Juniors, you guys are on standby. Standby, juniors.
We'll go ahead and make a final call for BC Super Shifters. BC Super Shifters, if you're not in the lanes, well, I gotta ask, why not? It's where you should be. And again, we're looking for license and test. License and test to lane number 6. License and test to lane number 6. And juniors, be ready to go. Junior dragsters, junior street, start getting ready. You are on standby. Your call is upcoming. Mark Thompson, 751 in the Studebaker, 182 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorse goes 849 at 159 in the 55 Chevy. And that's going to bring up Brody Swords and Paul Stretch. Paul Stretch, multi-time former champion in this class. Behind the wheel of his 02 Cavalier. He's going to be a top 5 qualifier, almost guaranteed.
We got Cavalier lined up next to Cavalier. 2 late 90s, early 2000s GMJ bodies. Though I'm not sure much of those cars are actually General Motors besides the door handles.
And likely not even the door handles.
Terry Langdon with a smoky burnout in his 41 Willys. Lining up next to Craig Fredrickson's 67 Nova. Terry driving here today from Yarrow in Chilliwack. I got Craig Fredrickson all the way from Duncan, BC.
Terry Langdon Davies. The black and purple 41 Willys. So Craig Fredrickson goes 720 at 194 miles an hour in the green and black Nova right-hand lane. Langdon Davies goes 808 in the Willys. Hey, do you know, are they Associated Tire this year?
Unless we just call them, change the class. Yeah, keep that.
Right now, before Kurt's like over.
If you have to choose, door slammer is better than Canada West.
Yeah. Well, and everything else gets up there. I think I built it.
So for the So that puts qualifying round number 1 for the Canada West Door Slammers, brought to us by Associated Tire, in the books. And here's the first pair, McLeod Clutches, BC Super Shifters. John DePort was ready to go, 036. Keith Armstrong was a little snoozy on the starting line with a 352. The top end, 883, 156. For Keith Armstrong, John DePort with a 1048 at a $1.19 in the Camaro. Well, the 77 Camaro, we had 2 Camaros out there, Keith Armstrong and a 68. Now Dan Gray. picked himself up a win on the opening weekend. That big pickup truck. Here he's lined up with Joel Smith. Joel Smith in the 71 Pontiac Ventura. Clutch cars rolling through the gears. Look at Joel Smith, 013 on the tree and 1020 at 134 through the top end. Dan Gray goes 1181 in that big pickup truck. Now, just because the box is empty, that doesn't exactly make it lightweight. That's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 pounds. 3/4 ton pickup truck with all the 3/4 ton stuff. Will Zorick. She's real fine, my 409. Zorick in that 62 Bel Air. So Al Lougheed goes 12-12 at 85 miles an hour in the 63 Falcon. Now my screen tells me that he's sporting 300 cubic inches. Could that be a 300 cubic inch straight six? Attention in the pits, listen up in the pits. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters, we will take Thunder to lane number 1. We will take Lightning to lane number 2. And Junior Street will get you guys in lanes 4 and 5. Lanes 4 and 5 for Junior Street. Thunder to lane number 1, Lightning to lane number 2. Once again, we need all of our juniors to the lanes, please. All juniors to the lanes. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Street to 4 and 5.
Rich Graves taking off 67 El Camino. The tower lane, Keith Winterbottom leaving early by 300ths. Rich Graves running a 1577. Tim Hopper out of North Van, shutting her down early in his 72 Vega.
So apparently, like only half the speakers on the PA system were working. That has now been corrected. So hopefully you'll be able to hear us better. We have made the call for juniors, all juniors. We need Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro Bracket, you are on standby. So we have now made, well, we're almost through the first rotation. We've still got license and test, and that will complete the first rotation of today's run order. And looking back out there in the staging lanes, even license and test is a healthy field size today. So once again, racers, thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. The River Valley drag strip here at Mission Raceway. We are thrilled to have River Valley Ford on board with us for 2026. River Valley Ford, brand new dealership right here in Mission. And just for a little taste of what they've got at the dealership, we've got a couple cars on display here today. In the winner's circle, no doubt. Check out the Bronco, check out the Explorer.
Those two gray units we have at the winner's circle there, clearly brand new vehicles, but they also have certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. I see Bill Wells, 79 Malibu, still sitting out there. That car is up for grabs, juniors, guys and girls. If you're looking for a turnkey 11-second race car, see Bill Wells by the Pro Shop.
So, and Bill wanted us to make it very clear that he's not necessarily looking for top buck out of this thing. What he would really like to see is it go to a maybe a father-son team, father-daughter team, something along those lines. If it gets somebody into racing, that would be ideal, and that's exactly who he would like to pass on a great deal to. So, spread the word. Anybody looking to get into racing, here you go with a turnkey Malibu. All you got to do is jump in and run 11s. Perfect car for Sportsman. Could certainly be slowed down a little to be used elsewhere. But if this in any way, shape, or form piques your interest, go have a chat with Bill Wells. He typically, yes, he is pitted in his regular spot. If you're at the concession stand, just head towards the track, and you will run into said silver Malibu and Bill Wells.
Check out this diesel Dodge lining up for test right now. Running slicks on all four corners. You can see the fronts are a little softer than the rears. Big turbo diesel powered Dodge by the looks of it.
So, it appears he's just doing a rear wheel burnout. Reconnect that front diff. Gonna want to launch the thing with all four wheels. Wow. That thing's pretty cool to watch leave.
Leaves violently. And those diesels can handle an absolute ton of turbo PSI.
Yes. Was doing 111 at the 8th mile, 117 at 1,000 feet. I think he might have been off the gas prior to that and just 108 at the finish line, but very cool. No doubt here doing some testing for an event coming up a little later on this year. You want to talk about that, Mike?
Yep, that event is the Black...
Stone in the new Dodge. Chris Stone is definitely a Mopar guy, and while that trend continues, with him acquiring this car last year, an X-Pro mod, once campaigned by Jim Audi. It's a Jerry Bickle chassis. This car was a record-breaking Pro mod that held records in '05. Very cool car. Go get a closer look if you'd like. And now Lincoln Shirk. Should have already been licensed, but, you know, sometimes stuff happens, so he's got to make a couple runs here real early in the day to get himself licensed and compete this afternoon. So Lincoln Shirk in his very first outing in a long car took place in Las Vegas. He went all the way to the final, his very first race. Lincoln Shirk, just 17 years old in the white dragster. 027 up front and 770 at a $171 through the finish line. Scott Jansen, the post Chevy 2. .959, 139 miles per hour. Trip Zip with a 2 red. Oh my. Then 806, 165. And now a diesel powered Nova in the left lane. Who'd have thunk it? No idea what is under the hood. Mark Swan behind the wheel, we think. It's definitely diesel. Well, not definitely, it just could be really, really rich. Wow. Makes an 8th mile pull. 605, 119 miles an hour in the 8th mile. So as I was about to say, no idea what's under the hood. If I had to take a guess, gotta think it'd be a Cummins, but so this looks to be Brandon Hutchinson up once again, making a test pass in the dragster. The shorty dragster in the right lane. The Landshark. 008 on the tree. 897, 169 miles an hour at the finish line. And Mike Lucas. Top Sportsman Camaro. Up making a test pass. You'd think he would slide in with door slammers, but wants that full tree. He was ready to go. What do you think? 004? Yeah, that'll do. 186 miles an hour at the finish line, arriving in 7.310 seconds.
And that was the last run of license and test. We'll be moving on to the juniors now.
So here we go. First pair of the second rotation of the day. Jackson Dew and Tony Michael. Michael gets there in exactly 9 seconds. And by exactly, I mean exactly. So now Lyndon Reynolds and Douglas Kavas. So next generation Kavas in the Woody Reliant wagon. I only know of one guy who's into those Reliant wagons to make race cars out of them, and that would be Sean Kavas, Douglas's dad, obviously. Here comes Shelby McNeil and Nick Bond. It's the next generation from the Bond family. So Nick Bond in the white pickup truck for JBS equipment. Well, Mike, I think I'm going to go get ready for time trial number 2.
All right.
I will be back.
We'll see you out there. Nick Bond leaving the line a little early in the 2026 Ford F-150. Shelby McNeil with a 077 reaction time in her 2010 Nissan Pathfinder. Stopping the timer at the 8th mile, Shelby McNeil with a 987. Nick Bond with a 942 at 75 miles per hour. Up next, we got James McNeil out of Surrey, BC in the Mustang. 2024 Race of Champions winner, Northwestern Wally winner, 2-time Door Wars finalist, lining up next to Josephine Smith out of Abbotsford in the Lordco lane. She's driving a 2007 Chevy Silverado for Zapstrap Racing. T-shirt and long pants.
Of course we can.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Drivers, just a reminder, you guys got to have sleeves and long pants to race today. I know it's hot out there, but, well, that's what you got to be wearing. If you want to make some runs, sleeves and pants. We got Jenna Monroe, 2008 Tahoe, driving for A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. In the Tower Lane. In the Lordco Lane, we have Ashley Ledrette, racing out of Maple Ridge. Red Kia leaves a little early by 400ths. Gentleman Row crosses the stripe with a 1094 at the 8th mile, 65 miles per hour. Ashley runs a 1093 at 65 miles per hour. We got Cash in the Tower Lane out of Chase, BC, 94 Mustang. Lord Lane, we have Abel McAllen in the big Ford pickup truck driving for a Stay Tuned Auto Repair. Diesel coasted off the line a little bit, but once he got into that PSI, he got into the boost and that thing hooked and booked. He ran a 949 at 82 miles an hour. Cash ran a 989 at 69 miles per hour. Now we have McKenna Thompson, 2026 Ford F-150, lining up next to Owen Harvey's Dentside Ford. Owen Harvey goes red by 300ths. McKenna Thompson crosses the stripe with a 1022 at 71 miles per hour. First pair lining up. We got Jackson White in the tower lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, we need you guys to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's pro, we need you guys in the lanes. Use all 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on down, pro. Jackson White with White Lightning Racing. 047 reaction time. Owen Armstrong leaves a little hastily. Red lighting by 100th. Jackson White running a 14:07 at the 8th, 43 miles an hour. Owen Armstrong with a 12:01 at 52 miles per hour. Coming up next, we have Cadence Rodrigue. 06 Creative, Junior Dragster. Driving for Amsoil Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. Lining up next to Kiera Harder, 05 Creative, Junior Dragster. Driving for Anderson A1 Auto House. $12:17 now, so if you guys are a little hungry for some lunch, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Grab yourself a bite to eat. Cadence Rodrigue leaving with a 051 reaction time. Crossing the stripe at the 8th with a 897, 72 miles per hour. Kiera running a 12:37 at 50 miles per hour. Now we have Nash Gallant, 07 Mike Boss, Junior Dragster, driving for BDL Auto and Badass Garage. Lining up next to Dallas Jackson in the Lordco lane. She's driving an 08 RPC Junior Dragster. Representing Extreme Hydrovac and Cascade Capital. Dallas Jackson leaving a little early by 500ths. Crossing the 8th at a 12:02, 52 miles per hour. Nash Gallant runs a 12:59 at 50 miles per hour. Up next, we got Alex Green in the green machine in the tower lane. Lining up next to Wesley Armstrong out of Chilliwack. Driving a 2012 Martin Junior Dragster. Wesley Armstrong's driving for Fountain Tire Chilliwack and DRI Racing. Alex Green, True North Mechanical, goes a little red. Wesley Armstrong with a fantastic 001 reaction time. Wesley Armstrong runs a 882 at 70 miles per hour. Alex Green clocking in a 881 at 73 miles per hour. Now we have Jack Green in the tower lane. The brother driving for True North Mechanical. Lining up next to Danica Harder. Danica on the right lane, driving for Anderson A1 Auto House. Looks like Danica's had some last-minute adjustments at the line. She's rolling through the beams now. All right, all 4 staging lights lit up on both sides, and we got the green. Jack Green gets there first with an 11.89 at 54 miles per hour. Danica Harder runs a 12.02 at 52 miles per hour. Grayson Mass on the tower side, driving an 08 Martin Junior Dragster, representing New Elevation Civil Construction. And we got Nate Green in the right lane. Another green boy driving for True North Mechanical. Nate Green with a 0.88 reaction time. Getting across the line with an 8.89 at 71 miles per hour. Grayson Mass runs a 9.42 at 69 miles per hour. Now we have Ashton Katnick, Maple Ridge, BC, driving for Lordco and TK Performance. Lining up next to Jackson Cowie. Jackson Cowie driving a 2020 Huddleston Junior Dragster chassis, driving for Mundy's Towing. Ashton Katnick with a 003 reaction time. Jackson Cowie leaving a little early, going red by 2:56. Ashton crossing the finish line with a 8.95 at 72 miles an hour. Jackson Cowie runs a 15.09 at 41. Deep stage for a solo run in the left lane. Driver in the left lane is 5 years old. That's awesome. Well, it looks like we've just wrapped up the last run of Junior Thunder, or this is the last run of Junior Thunder. Then we'll be moving on to Junior Lightning. And again, coming up on 12:30 in the afternoon, it's definitely lunchtime. If you guys are feeling hungry, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Try the walking taco. It's fantastic. I had one 2 weeks ago. It's great. We got Pearson Mass in a deep stage, left a little bit early for our last run for Junior Thunder. Crossing the line with a 12:46 at 49 miles per hour. And now we're into Junior Lightning. We got April Bond, Mission BC, JBS equipment. In the left lane, Emily White in the Lordco lane. Driving with White Lightning Racing. April Bond, quicker off the line with a 0.29 reaction time, running a 796 at 80 miles per hour. Emily White in the right lane ran a 813 at 82 miles per hour. Hunter Gallant in the left lane, BDL Auto and Badass Garage, driving a 2017 innovative junior dragster with Isabella and Marshall in the Lordco lane, driving for Canco and De Silva Auto World. Hunter gets there first in the left lane with a 799 at 79 miles per hour. Isabella Marshall crosses the line with a 807 at 81 miles per hour. Bentley Johnson in the blue car on the tower lane. Driving for Rodrigue Family Racing, we got Hunter Thompson in the right lane, driving for JBS. Bentley Johnson off the line quicker with a 0.38 reaction time. And Bentley Johnson gets there with a 8.02 at 80 miles an hour. Hunter Thompson ran an 8.01 at 81 miles an hour. Now we have Adam Katnick in the tower lane. That candy red Metal Flake Junior dragster driving with Lordco and TK Performance, lining up next to Tran Kang out of Chilliwack, driving with Dakau Ventures. Adam Katnick with another excellent reaction time, leaving with a 0.03. Tran Kang crosses the finish line with a 7.80 at 82 miles an hour. Adam Katnick runs a 7.90 at 81 miles an hour. Now we got Connor Jackson lining up for a solo pass. Connor in a 2014 Mike Boss Junior Dragster chassis, driving for TKO Hot Rods, AMS Oil, and Rodrigue Family Racing, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. Connor Jackson with a tough leave going red by 9 thousandths. Crosses the finish line with a 7.96 at 80 miles an hour. And that was the last run for the juniors. Last run for the Junior Lightning. Looks like we got Pro coming up. Track crew just checking out the track, making sure we're ready for our next round of drag racers here. Just want to give a quick shout out to Lordco Auto Parts. 100% Canadian owned company. Founded in 1974 in Maple Ridge, BC, it has grown into Western Canada's largest automotive parts retailer, with over 85 store locations across BC and Alberta, plus 19 truck centers. Lordco has become the go-to part suppliers for racers, weekend renters, and truck builders all across Western Canada. A parts store that everyone on this property is familiar with. Well, we still have some quiet time going on at the track right now, so I'm going to share with you guys a little of what I like to call two-step trivia. These are technical mind blowers. Just some fun facts for you guys between rounds. Starting us off with fuel power. A single top fuel dragster engine produces as much horsepower as the first 8 rows of a NASCAR starting grid. And we are ready. First 2 pros pulling into the burnout box. Get those tires nice and hot. We got Brendan Piskacek, 1990 Ford in the Tower Lane. Rob Getz, 2018 Ford pickup truck in the Lordco Lane. Brendan Piskacek driving with Buick Racing and Motoring Canada with Thomas. Rob Getz gets off the line quicker with a 0.31 reaction time, crossing the finish line with a 10.55 at 132 miles per hour. Brendan Piskacek runs a 13.33 at 100 miles per hour. And we got Mike Render, 85 S10, driving with Fountain Tire in the Tower Lane, lining up next to Ralph Eller's 91 Mustang Notchback. Left lane and right lane, both powered by 6-liter LS power plants. S10 hopping those front tires off the ground with a 0.21 reaction time. Mike Render gets there first with a 10.74, 121 miles per hour. Ralph Ellers gets there with a 10.82 at a $1.23. We got Dennis Winton, 66 Bel Air Lost in Time car, powered by a 427, lining up next to Andy Klosky, 1965 Chevy 2, the Strip Teaser, powered by a 406. Andy Klosky gets off the line quicker with a 0.24 reaction time, finishing his run, stopping the timer at 9.79 at 134 miles per hour. Dennis Winton ran a 10.59 at 123. Now we got Ron McKenzie, 1970 Chevy Nova. White car in the tower lane. And we got Brad Litzenberger, 81 Malibu, called the Black Sheep. Ron McKenzie with a healthy little wheelie, but he leaves early by 10 hundredths. Brad Litzenberger gets off the line with a 0.70 reaction time, stopping the timer at 12:34 at 108. Ron McKenzie ran a 12:06 at a $1.05. Now we got John McLean, 1969 Ford Falcon. He's here all the way from Nanaimo, BC, fresh off the boat, driving with Falk and Off Racing. Lined up next to Rob Monroe, 1940 Ford pickup. We got a 115 reaction in the left lane, a 115 reaction in the right lane. John McLean gets there first with an 11:22 at 118 miles per hour. Rob Monroe ran a 11:88 at 114. Now we got Jeff Bell, 1976 Dodge. Here all the way from Oliver, BC. Car is powered by a 445 Mopar. Lined up next to John Vandeven's 1968 Pontiac. Very loud paint job, bright orange F-body car. Jeff Bell gets off the line first with a 0.35 reaction time. Gets there quicker also with a 9:59 at 137 miles per hour. John Vandeven ran a 10:17 at a $1.31. We have Brian Heffel, 71 Chevy Vega. Little H-body car, small car, big engine. Goes red by 400ths. I'm not sure what happened with Del Northgraves there. It looks like he didn't complete a stage. So we got no data from that run. Now we got Rich Dice, 73 Nova, super sport car. Transporters Logistics, and thanks to John Tabak for the LS swap. Lined up next to Fred Hoffman. Shoreline, Washington, 67 Chevy Camaro. Clean launch for Fred Hoffman with a 0.52 reaction time. Rich left a little early by 100th. Fred gets there with a 10:25 at a $1.28. Rich ran an 11:21 at 118 miles per hour. Now we have Steve Watkins in the right lane, driving from Hillsboro, Oregon, in a C7 Corvette, lining up next to Calvin Dirks out of Chilliwack in his 1978 Firebird 400 powered car. Steve Watkins leaves with a 0.13 reaction time, but Calvin Dirks gets there quicker with a 9.97 at 133 miles per hour. Steve Watkins running a 11:19 at a $1.24. Now we have Ross Walker, 66 Chevy 2, driving with Preston Chevrolet today. Got a 427 under the hood. Lined up next to Chris Stone of Stone Cold Racing, 1968 Dodge, powered by a 440. Chris Stone also driving with Willowbrook Motors today. Ross Walker with a quicker reaction time of 0.12. Ross Walker stopping the timer at 10:19 at 128 miles per hour. Chris Stone, 10:25 at a $1.27. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman to the lanes. Sportsman, we need you guys in the lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Standby, Super Pro. Sportsman, come on down. Jim Stahl in the right lane with a better leave at 017 reaction time. Stops the timer at 1084 at 123 miles per hour. Sean Langley ran an 1176 at a $113. Now we got Giovanni Aliperti, 86 S10, little square body S10. By the looks of the hole in the fender, he's got a turbocharged truck. Powered by a 454 small block Chevy, lined up next to Matt Warner. Whoa, big wheelie by Matt Warner in the right lane, 66 Mercury. Matt Warner red lighting by 6th thou. Giovanni gets across the finish line with an 886 at 152 miles per hour. Matt Warner running a 1055 at a $123. Now we have David Trimble in the left lane. Out of Nanaimo, BC in the pony car. In the right lane, Martin Lambert in the 79 Chevy H-Body. Martin Lambert in the Monza goes red by 400th. David Trimble gets across the line with an 897 at 154 miles an hour. Martin Lambert runs a 968 at a $140. Now we have Steve Baskerville in his Volkswagen Golf R in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Dave Jung, 96 Camaro, 350 Chevy powered car. The Camaro in the Lordco lane also likes to lift those front tires off the ground. Healthy run and a good leave for Dave Jung with a 016 reaction time. Dave Jung crossing the line with a 1054 at 126 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville runs a 1368 at a $107. Now we have John Tabak in his 1989 S10 LS powered car, driving 4 rad torque systems. Lined up next to a Porsche. Not sure exactly. It looks like a GT3 RS by my eye. John goes red by 2 thou. Porsche gets there first with a 1024 at 136 miles an hour. John runs a 1051 at a $126 miles an hour. Now we got Wagon lined up next to Wagon. We have a G-body Buick, it looks like, in the Tower Lane. And a much, much earlier, early 60s Chevy in the Lordco Lane. Cassie Tippy in the Lordco Lane with a quicker leave in her 65 Nova Wagon, leaving with a 038 reaction time. Makes it down the track and gets to the stripe first with an 1145 at 116 miles per hour. G-body Wagon run a 1166 at 115. And now we have Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu Wagon in the Tower Lane, driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Craig Johnson about to see nothing but the sky for the first 100 feet of this run. Always an entertaining car to watch. Craig Johnson with a 010 reaction time up against the S10's 022 reaction time. And Craig Johnson gets there first with a 1050 at 122 miles per hour. Wayne Douglas. Wayne Douglas on his 100th birthday today. Yep, 100 years old in the left lane. Lining up next to Jenna Dobson, 79 Chevy Malibu. Jenna Dobson leaves a little early. Wayne Douglas off the line with a 0.88 reaction time. 10.69 at 123 miles per hour in the tower lane. Jenna Dobson runs an 11.28 at a $1.23. Nick Douglas. Nick Douglas in the tower lane lined up next to Lauren Schwartz. 1983 Monte Carlo. Lordco lane driving for Bubba's Speed Shop, Taves Roofing, and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Lauren Schwartz getting off the line quicker with a 0.17 reaction time. Stops the timer at a $1.09, 130 or 10.09, 132 miles per hour. Nick Douglas ran a 12.00 at a $1.10. Haley Christensen, 1967 Patina C10 Chaotic Customs truck, lining up next to Jan Christensen, 2009 Cadillac. We got a father-daughter race here, folks. Father-daughter race. And Jan Redlit. Haley leaving with a 0.19 reaction time, crossing the stripe at 11.90, 114 miles per hour. Jan running a 15.40 at 89 miles per hour. We have Dan Piskacek in the left lane, Brendan Piskacek in the right lane. Fox Body Convertible versus Fox Body Hatchback. Left lane red lights by 32 tenths, 32 hundredths. Right lane with a 0.11 reaction time. Brendan Piskacek gets there first with a 13.40 at 100 miles per hour. Dan runs a 14.49 at 97 miles per hour. Now we got Tyler Smith in the right lane, driving a 68 Chevelle. Dan Benke in the left lane, Mission BC, driving the 73 Scamp. Tyler Smith leaving a little bit early. Jim Benke running a 15.09 at 89 miles per hour. Tyler Smith, 11.81 at 100 miles per hour. Now we got Graham McNeil in the right lane. And that white 2000 Mustang lined up next to Stormy Newcomb, Camano Island, Washington. 99 Stepside S10, powered by a 355. Stormy gets off the line quicker with a 0.31 reaction time and crosses the stripe with a 13.10 at 100 miles per hour. Eric Hansen, the Broadway car in the Tower Lane, 1970 Dodge, lined up next to Steve Watkins, the C7 Corvette. Hansen gets off the line quicker with a 0.36 reaction time, but Steve Watkins gets there quicker. 11.16 at 124 miles per hour. Eric Hansen running a 12.10 at 109. Now we have John Califo, 1967 Canso, Chevy 2 in the right lane. We got Jeff Homan, Mission BC, 1970 GMC, long box truck in the Tower Lane. And Jeff leaves a little early, leaving by 200ths. John gets there quicker with a 12.38 at 104 miles per hour. Up against Jeff's 12.54 at a $1.04. Now we got two vinyl top cars. Two Dodges. Jessica Armstrong, 75 Dart in the Tower Lane, up against Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dart in the Lordco lane. Veronica with a great reaction time, 008 with a 7. Jessica goes red. Veronica Hodgson stops the timer at 11.92, 109 miles per hour. Jessica runs a 13.33 at a $1.02.
Beat that lane call, whatever it was.
I think it was 6. I'll have this.
What was the call?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lane, Super Pro. Motorcyclists, you guys are on standby. Standby motorcycle. Steve Baskerville back again in the Tower Lane in his Golf R, lined up next to Josh Klosky out of Quesnel in his 1990. Oh, it says 1990 Blazer, but that is most definitely not a Blazer. That is a hatchback Fox body Ford Mustang. Josh gets off the line with a 0.52 reaction time. Steve Baskerville gets across the stripe quicker with a 13.36 at 109 miles per hour. Now we got Dell James in the right lane, 1983 Mustang Fox body hatchback. Lined up next to Jordan Ormsby, 94 Firebird, powered by a 400. Dell James getting down there, stopping the timer at 11.53, 121 miles per hour. Jordan clocking in a 12.49 at 113 miles per hour. Now we got Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington, 1969 Ford Mustang in the Lordco lane. And Bill Wells, 1979 Chevy, 454 powered car, and that car is for sale. And from what I understand, Bill Wells is really hoping it can go to a junior dragster, junior street. Guys and girls, if you're looking for a turnkey 11-second race car. 1979 Malibu G-Body. See Bill Wells for a deal. He's by the pro shop. Well, he will be after his run anyways. Now we got Darren Martin in the 2005 GMT 800 in the Tower Lane. Lined up next to McKenna Thompson, 2025 Ford F-150. McKenna Thompson, 1534 at 91 miles an hour. Darren Martin running a 1714 at 79 miles an hour. And we got Sylvia Hoogston's 1966 Ford Mustang, lovingly named Baby Blue, lined up next to Rob Getz, who made the trip from Kamloops, BC, driving his 2024 Ford F-150. Sylvia with a better reaction time at 0:16. Cleanly off the line. Rob Getz clocks in at 11:65 at 124 miles per hour. Sylvia running a 12:03 at 111. Ryan Ledrette in the Tower Lane, 71 Chevelle, lined up against the G-Body wagon. Ryan leaving with a 0:15 reaction time. Finishing off with an 11:74 at 114 miles per hour. And the nameless G-Body wagon gets an 11:73 at 113. Now we have Kevin McCauley in the right lane, 1983 Oldsmobile Cutlass, powered by a 350 small block, driving with BDL Automotive. Lined up next to Nick Douglas in his 68 Dart. Nick Douglas coming up from Lake Stevens, Washington. Both cars leave cleanly. Nick quicker off the line with a 0:29 reaction time. But Kevin McCauley gets there first, 11:92. 111 miles per hour. Nick Douglas's pass was a 12:04 at 110 miles per hour. And it looks like that was our last run for our Sportsmans. And we're moving on to Super Pros. Super Pros are lined up and ready to pull onto the track. All right, guys. Well, they're just getting the last of the track prep for the Super Pro. So I'll drop another two-step trivia for you guys. G-Force reality. At the starting line, a top fuel dragster driver will hit 5 Gs, or 5 times the force of Earth's gravity pushed back into their driver's seat. After they cross the stripe, when those parachutes hit, a driver feels about 5 times the force of gravity thrown forwards, which is more deceleration than a fighter pilot landing on an aircraft carrier. Here's a fun one for you guys. Fuel consumption. Top fuel drag cars don't just burn fuel, they practically inhale it. A top fueler consumes 4 to 5 gallons of nitro fuel in a single quarter-mile pass. It's like a garden hose made out of fuel. Pro-level rear tires, the slicks, are lucky to last 2 miles. Compare that to your street car's 60,000-mile warranty. I hear engines starting over there in the staging lanes. We got time for one more, though. Air intake. A Pro stock engine sucks in more air per minute than it takes to inflate the Goodyear blimp. And now we have Jan Christensen back again in that second-gen Camaro, painted in what looks to be Nardo gray. It looks great with those Z28 graphics on the side. Lined up next to Ted Buss, 1934 Ford. All 4 stage lights lit up for this round of Super Pro qualifying. Jan gets off the line quicker with a 014 reaction. Ted Buss stops the clock quicker with a 908 at 142 miles an hour. Jan clocks in a 1074 at a $121. Now we got Daryl Tippy, 1962 Chevy 2. Powered by a 454. This car is called Golden Shower. Martin Rochelle, 78 Malibu, leaves a little bit early. Daryl Tippy clocks in a reaction time of 025 and stops the clock at 1054, 126 miles per hour. Martin Rochelle runs a 1093 at 127 miles per hour. Now we have John Jenkins in that 88 square body S10. He's here out of Delta, representing West Coast Building, McKenzie Racing, and Bubba's. We got Warren Jacobson in the Lordco lane, 1967 Chevy 2. Warren sitting behind a 454. John Jenkins, fantastic reaction time. 008 reaction time against Warren's 012. John Jenkins clocks in a 1016 at 129 miles per hour. Warren Jacobson at 1091 at a $140. Now we have Daniel Rodriguez 2008 TNT Dragster with a 615 big block Chevy sitting behind him. Lined up next to Emily Gerard. 2001 Undercover Dragster with a 582 big block sitting behind her. She's driving for Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical. Clean leave for both cars. Daniel Rodriguez with a 013 reaction time. Gets off the line a little bit quicker. Clocks in a 7:23 at 182 miles per hour. Emily Gerard runs a 7:48 at $1.78. Now we got Kevin McNichol in that bright red 67 Nova, driving for Rad. 2024 Super Pro champ, 2025 Door Wars champ. Lined up next to Colton Morin, the dragster in the tower lane. The dragster, which is a 2007 Racetech chassis. Colton sitting in front of a 615 big block Chevy. Kevin McNichol sitting behind a 434 small block. Colton leaves a little bit early. Kevin McNichol with a great reaction time, 001. Kevin McNichol runs a 986 at 134 miles per hour. Colton Morin, 782 at $1.69. Now we got Mike Stewart in the right lane. 1967 Chevy. Driving with Ken Specialty Gibson's Trans. Lake Performance, Big Al Motorsports, and Bucky's Mini Excavate. Lining up next to Emma Debris. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, we need you guys in lanes 5. Motorcycle lane 5. Motorcycles, come on down to lane 5. And hot rods. Hot rods in the pits. You guys are on standby. Standby hot rods. That last run, Emma clocked in a 853 at 156 miles per hour. Mike Stewart in his 67 Chevy ran a 1010 at $1.31. Now we have Kevin Garlick, 1971 Camaro, second gen vinyl top car. Great looking car, powered by a 565. Lined up next to a Malibu, that bright orange Malibu in the Lordco lane. Camaro smoking a little off the left bank, but he pulls in a 947 at 132 miles per hour. We got Greg Doty in the right lane, 2005 Rail Dragster. Lined up next to Glenn Monaghan in the tower lane. Made the trip from Summerland, BC. Driving a 2014 Dragster powered by a 632. Greg in the right lane with a better reaction time. A 118 reaction time. He runs a 808 at $1.62. Steve McKenzie in the 87 Cavalier, powered by a 548 big block Chevy in the tower lane. Lined up next to John Brining, Parksville, BC. 1970 Camaro, powered by a 632. John goes red. Steve McKenzie leaves with a 0.14 reaction time, putting down a 8.78 at 156 miles per hour. John run a 9.34 at 147. And we got John Tabak in the right lane in his LS-powered Rad S10, lined up next to Fred Hoffman, 67 Chevy Camaro. John leaves with a better reaction time of 0.14. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods, we need you guys to come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Hot rods, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Super combo, you guys are on standby. Hot rods 1 and 2. Super combo, stand by. We got Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo. Lining up next to Ron Fawcett. Took a ferry to get here from Nanaimo. 1923 Model T powered by a 565 Chevy, representing straight line race cars. Lauren's representing Taves Roofing, Bubba's Speed Shop, Johnson's Custom Exhaust, and LS Gutter Tech Ltd. Schwartz leaves first with a 0.17 reaction time. Ron Fawcett was on a rip, 8.99 at 162 miles per hour. Lauren's clocking in at 10.11 at $1.32. Brad Vingy, right lane, that beautiful metallic blue 68 Chevy Camaro, driving with B&C Racing, lining up next to Brad Powell in the rear engine dragster in the tower lane. Brad from Langley against Brad from Linden. Goes red by 100. Brad Vingy with a 0.15 reaction time. Brad Vingy gets a 10.43 at 145 miles per hour. Brad Powell runs a 7.27 at 182 miles per hour. We got Jason Gibson, 91 Mustang, lined up against Craig Johnson in his 79 Malibu wagon. Craig Johnson driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. And one of my personal favorite cars to watch off the launch. Big wheelie as expected, but he goes red. Jason Gibson, clean run with a 0.35 reaction time. Locks down a 9.61 at 140 miles per hour. Craig Johnson runs a 10.51 at 121 miles per hour. Now we got a couple dragsters lined up. We got G. Van Brar out of Surrey. In the tower lane, in the 2016 dragster. With a nice little bottle of nitrous on the back there. Lined up with Brandon Hutchinson out of Shawnigan Lake in the Lordco lane. G. Van Brar just goes red by 9 thou. Brandon Hutchinson a clean leave with a 0.14 reaction time. Brandon Hutchinson runs a 892 at 169 miles per hour. G. Van Brar with a 801 at 166. Jeremy Soares in the 01 Cameron Dragster. All the way down from Terrace, BC in the right lane. Left lane, we have Jeff Bell, 1976 Dodge. Jeremy Soares leaves early by 6 thou. Jeff Bell leaves with a 112 reaction time with the wheels in the air. Jeff Bell runs a 960 at 136 miles per hour. Jeremy Soares clocking in a 737 at $1.79. Brody Soares, left lane in the 03 Chevy Cavalier, all the way down from Terrace as well. Lined up next to Rick Modell out of Courtney, BC. In the dragster in the Lordco lane. Rick Modell with a cleaner launch. 0.005 reaction time, crossing the finish line. Stopping the timer with a 774 at 170 miles per hour. Brody Soares locking in a 776 at 179. Now we have Shaylin Svetic, 1970 Ford front engine dragster. Lined up next to Paul Soares, also of Terrence, BC. Shaylin Svetic driving with Innovative Wood Coating and Coastal Equipment Repairs. JJS SIA Abrasives, Bumper to Bumper, Bubba's Speed Shop, and the Vancouver Giants. Solid launch for Paul Soares, getting off the line with a 006 reaction time. Paul clocking in a 813 at 167 miles per hour. Shaylin locking down a 931 at 141 miles per hour. And now we have Derek Shirk, 2022 Mullis dragster chassis. Derek sitting in front of a 582, and he is our last racer this round of qualifying for our Super Pros. Derek got a little excited, left a little bit early, but he locked down a 726 at 184 miles per hour. Daryl Storzak leaves cleanly on his 86 Suzuki, locking down at 858 at 149 miles per hour. Jody Brickwood, 78 Kawasaki in the right lane there, ran a 959 at 132 miles per hour. Now we got Wild Bill, 86 Kawasaki 1400cc flavor, riding out of DeRoche, BC, lined up next to Kevin Brennan out of Chilliwack, 2020 Suzuki 1500cc unit. Wild Bill with a 006 reaction time. Kevin Brennan makes it to the end of the track first, though, stopping the timer at 9:02 at 139 miles per hour. Next to Bill's 9:36 at 137. Now we got Dwayne Stevens out of Langley, BC, piloting a 2008 Hayabusa 1300. And in the tower lane, we got Corey Craig, Hayabusa 1300 turbocharged unit. Corey Craig gets to the stripe quicker with a 796 at 167 miles per hour. Dwayne Steven runs a 965 at $146. Now we have Isaac Hazelton, 1997 Suzuki 600. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Door slammers, we're putting you guys on standby. Standby door slammers. Super Combo, come on down lanes 1 and 2. Door slammers, stand by.
here we go with Hot Rod. Jeff Eason and Dale Wood. Side by side, Dale Wood very strong on the starting line with a 15 light. Eason very solid with an 036. Top end, Eason there first, 1071 to 1137. Now, Rob Monroe in Dad's pickup truck. And Ryan Ledrette for Muffler Tech. So both drivers green, just 4 thousandths apart. And almost within a tenth at the finish line. 1179 with a 9 to 1190 with a 0. Now Walter Johnson. Walter had himself an outstanding opening weekend a couple of weekends ago. Went to the final both days. Got himself a win and a runner-up. Nice work. Ryan Isherwood in the right-hand lane. Both drivers going 20-something on the starting line. At the finish, Walter there in 11.12 seconds. Ryan Isherwood right behind with an 11:31. Now, James Dobson and Terry Hoogstens. So I was talking about Walter Johnson having to settle for a runner-up in one of his final round appearances. Well, Terry Hoogstens was the guy in the winner's circle in said final, or after said final. 2 green lights. James Dobson leads the way in the lime-colored Camaro, 1053, 126. Terry Hoogstens, 12:15 at 110. Barry Patterson, 65 Coronet, beautiful car over there in the right-hand lane. 498 cubic inch big block Dodge. And the Lost in Time, 66 Bel Air. It's a 4-door car with just 2 door handles. It's cheating a little bit. Two green lights, one much greener than the other. Barry Patterson goes 980 at a $134. Dennis Winton, 1057 at 124 miles an hour. And now Wayne Douglas, celebrating his birthday today. We were joking during his first time trial that he was turning 100 years old today. That, of course, is not actually true. He's just 99. Wayne Douglas goes 035 on the tree, and that's not bad for somebody who's 99 years old. Roland Lowen was in the tower lane, turned it 5 red on the starting line, then went through the top end, put 1293 up on the reader board. Wayne Douglas getting there first, 1073. So just to be clear, Wayne Douglas has turned 68 today. I was joking about how he looked great for 90. He actually looks great for 68. I honestly would have never guessed he was 68 years old. Happy birthday once again, Jerry Brabander, 001. That'll probably be worth the potential buy. Yes, it is. Next closest light is Dale Wood with a 15. So Brabander has pretty much got the potential buy wrapped up, unless Daryl Tippy does better than 001 with an 8. No, he does not. Got 018, but with one less 0. 18 is a very strong reaction time. Attention in the pits, Canada West Door Slammers, Associated Tire, Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call to the lanes. Canada West Door Slammers, come on down to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's start filling 3 and 4 first. Kind of use 5 and 6 as a bit of an overflow. We don't want to block the back of the staging lanes. Once again, Canada West Door Slammers, Associated Tire, Canada West Door Slammers, come on down to lanes 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6. We'll give a standby call to the BC Super Shifters Association. BC Super Shifters, please be ready to go. This is your standby call. Once again, we need door slammers to 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I was talking about the potential buy in Hot Rod. Jerry Brabander's got that wrapped up. However, we got 16 cars on the sheet, so it does not look like there's going to be a first round buy or a second, third, or fourth round buy. 16 cars, you got a nice square field. 4 rounds of racing exactly. So opening weekend, couple of weekends ago, man, I am going to say Mission Racers showed up ready to go. Double O lights everywhere you looked, and quite a number of perfect lights or trip zips. So while we're talking about trip zip, everybody listen up, because this is going to be kind of important moving forward. For the last number of years, we kind of changed policy where we were awarding a mug and a decal to every trip zip. Prior to that, it was always the track's policy that only the first trip zip of the day was awarded a mug. So this is how it's going to look moving forward. So starting today, I don't even know if we've had a trip zip yet today. Probably, maybe not, who knows. The first trip zip of the day is awarded a mug and a decal. All other trip zips will be awarded decal only. Now, the exception to this is going to be the mugs owed, so to speak, for opening weekend. Because it was not announced prior to that, anyone who cut a perfect light on opening weekend has a mug coming your way. We're still going to need you to be a little bit patient on that subject because we do not have mugs yet. They are on order, however, so they are on the way. So if you cut a perfect light or went trip zip on opening weekend, you have a mug and decal coming your way. But again, moving forward, starting today, perfect light mug is only awarded to the first person that goes trip zip, along with a decal. All others are awarded decal only. So here we go with Super Combo. So first pair in Super Combo qualifier number 1 was Steve Veach and Sylvia Hoogstens. Well, here we are in qualifier number 2, and we have Steve Veach and Sylvia Hoogstens. So 2 cars looking for the 1090 at the finish line. Veach out in front, but here comes Sylvia in the Mustang. Reader board says 11:02 for Sylvia. Steve Veach, 3 over, 1093 with a 4. Now a couple of Super Gas cars, Glenn Eagleton and Brandon Hutchinson. I'm back. Emily Gerard went 887 on the 890 index, little under. Herman Chan was a little over 1097 on the 1090 index. Dan Parsons 1091. Warren Jacobson 1093. Warren Jacobson 001 red.
You can bump Dennis on the mic. Sorry, Dennis. Or just say Kevin will explain to you. I'm Kevin.
Okay. Now Martin Rochelle. 23 red. Martin goes 1096 at 126 miles an hour. Roger Winter and Jay Severston going to make up our first pairing in this second round of qualifying for the Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers brought to us by Associated Tire. Roger Winter. And the bright orange, very pretty Willies. For Jim Winter, collectible car appraisals. Jay Severston in the Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Severston, former winner with the Door Slammers. Severston in the top first, 770 at 174 miles an hour. Roger Winter, 822, 161. Jason Field with a 7-Eleven at 191 miles an hour. Andy Hatton gets off the gas very early in the run. Not sure what the issue was. Andy already safely in the field with his earlier 829. So Jason Field at the very top of the sheet Went 7:04 at 192 miles an hour in Q1. Right behind him is Mike Bedsworth at 7:07. And then Dave Kowalski rounding out the top three with a 7:14. Attention the pits. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. BC Super Shifters, BC Super Shifters. This is your call to staging lanes. We'll take BC Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Super Shifters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. We'll give a standby call to license and test. License and test. Please start getting ready to go. Your call will be coming up pretty soon. Again, standby call goes out to license and test. BC Super Shifters, we are looking for you in lanes 1 and 2. Super Shifters, come on down to 1 and 2. So now Scott Robinson, Shane Ledger. Red roll cage, either side of the racetrack. Shane Ledger, a second-gen Nova. Scott Robinson, what I believe is a first-gen Beretta. Nobody's going to be bragging about their light. Robinson, first to arrive at the finish line, goes 7:69, 177 miles an hour. Shane Ledger goes 8:59 at 1:58. Paul Debris Jr. and Otto Schulte. Debris Jr., Tower Side, the 66 Valiant. Straight line race cars, Shawnigan Lake Trucking. Paul Debris Jr. with a 10 light, but gets left on by Otto Schulte, who is 004. Schulte at the finish line in 7.52 seconds. Debris Jr. with an 8:49 run. So it looks like pretty much everybody a few hun shy of what they ran earlier. No doubt. Sun's out there warming stuff up. Now Mark Thompson and Henry Zacharias. For Zacharias Investments Limited in the right hand, the white 53 vet. Mark Thompson was ready to go. 003, buddy. 7:48, 183 miles an hour. Mark Thompson driving that oh so cool 54 Studebaker. Now Terry Langdon and Brad Powell. Brad Powell doing double duty here today. He's got the Chevelle running indoor slammers, and he's running his new dragster in Super Pro. Langdon Davies, the very familiar 41 Willys. Black and purple over there in the right lane. Terry Langdon Davies has been racing since 1969. How about 8:13, 163 miles an hour for Terry. Brad Powell getting there second with an 8:38, 162. Now up, Paul Stretch and Poe Freeborn. Poe Freeborn in the right lane. In the Mustang. Paul Stretch in his 02 Chevrolet Cavalier. Now, as Mike was mentioning, an 02 Cavalier definitely would have started out life as a front-wheel drive car. And this one in particular is certainly not that anymore. Well, Poe Freeborn definitely had his Wheaties this morning. Goes 004 on the starting line, then 719 through the top end. That'll match up nice to his earlier 718. Here I was saying everybody fell off a few hun. Poe only fell off one hun. Makes for a very dialable car. Now Craig Fredrickson and Steve Lowe. Fredrickson in the 67 Super Sport Nova. Steve Lowe behind the wheel of the 92 Firebird you see in the right lane. Steve Lowe out of Langley, BC. Sporting some fresh paint for 2026. Nice 11 light for Steve Lowe. Fredrickson to the top end first with a 719. His best number so far. Going to put him in the number 5 spot. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. License and test. License and test. This is your call to lane number 6. License and test. Come on down to lane number 6. We'll say it again. License and test. This is your call to the lanes. License and test. Come on down now to lane number 6. Juniors, get ready to go. Junior Street, along with Junior Dragsters. You are on standby. Round number 1 is coming up. Dale Phillips with a 761. Brian Ritchie with a 792. Darren Buick and Brody Soares coming up. Brody Soares in the right lane. An 03 Chevrolet Cavalier. Sporting a big block Chevy. Brody Soares right lane, Derek Buick in the left. Brody Soares goes 778, 176 miles an hour. Darren Buick, meanwhile, goes 824. So I do believe that is going to do it for Canada West Door Slammers. Should have our super shifters in the lane. I do believe we're going to get squeeze in a test pass for Austin Christopher on his Pro Mod Kawasaki. So here we go. Austin Christopher, left lane. This will be a single. The green Kawasaki. Actually saw smoke coming off the back tire at about 30 or 40 feet. So he makes the probably wise decision to just give up on this. Not going to produce any kind of a number when you got smoke coming off the tire at the 30-foot mark. So I'm sure that no doubt we'll see him come on back a little bit later. They'll make the necessary adjustments and try it again. So absolutely beautiful day that we've got on our hands here. Got a little spattering of race fans over there in the grandstands. Thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. We certainly appreciate having you here. And a special hello to everybody watching online, Lordco TV. So we are approaching the end of our second rotation. Here comes the BC Super Shifters. Following them will be license and test, and that will bring us to the end of our second rotation. At that point, we're going to be into eliminations for everything but Canada West Door Slammers and license and test. So Joel Smith and Keith Armstrong. Keith Armstrong, an Islander from Victoria, wants to thank A&A Performance along with the Meat Dog. So all these cars sporting a clutch pedal. These guys are rolling through the gears. Dan Piskacek and Keith Winterbottom now. Keith Winterbottom's in the right lane. 68 Camaro. For the Rags to Riches Top Shop. And Lord Auto Parts. Dan Piskacek. In the Ragtop Mustang, Tower Side. Winterbottom there, way ahead. 10:39 off the gas, just 92 miles an hour. That's going to bring up the reigning champ, Jamie Roth, Tower Side, little 64 Comet. Shin Kicker Racing. Love the name of the race team. Scott Winterbottom. When you watch Scott's car launch, it's just like if you were to provide a pictorial of everything cars should not do when leaving the starting line, you could just have a whole row of pictures of Scott Winterbottom's car leaving the starting line. Despite that, it does all that very consistently and actually works. So who am I? So Jamie Roth, 10:09 at 1:04. Scott Winterbottom, 9:39 at 139. Now Al Lohe back up in his 63 Ford. Again, I was commenting, my screen says 300 cubic inches. So is that really a torque monster straight six in that thing? Because Ford did make a 300 cubic inch straight six. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. Junior Street and Junior Dragsters. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5, and we need Junior Lightning to lane 1, and Junior Thunder to lane 1. That would be Thunder to lane 1, and Junior Lightning to lane 2. So we'll recap that once more. Junior Street, come on down to the staging lanes. Junior Street, lanes 4 and 5. Junior Thunder to lane number 1, and Junior Lightning to lane number 2. Love, love, love Kevin McDonald's car. Just something about those big fastbacks that you really got to appreciate. McDonald left lane goes 10:32 at 130 miles an hour. Tim Hopper is off the gas and coasting well before the finish line, as was Will Zorick in the last pair. Not sure what was up with Zorick's car. Hopefully nothing too serious. Same would be true for Tim Hopper. And now Rich Graves in the El Camino. John DePort will pull up beside him once he's done his burnout. Rich Graves in the El Camino, 67, out of Puyallup, Washington. And John DePort. DePort in the Gen 3 Camaro. Small block Chevy, both sides of the racetrack. So we're having a little discussion on whether DePort's car is a Gen 2 or Gen 3. I always thought 70 through 72 was the second generation, but really it is kind of the same body style, just different grill. So Dan Gray, race winner from 2 weekends ago in that big Ford pickup truck. Turns it red by 2 thou.
Always entertaining to watch. I was having a chat with Dan a few minutes ago. Truck weighs 4,800 pounds with him in the pilot seat. It's a beast.
That is.
The last time I drove by the bouncy house, there were no kids. That might give her something to do.
So while it is very large and very colorful, possibly you may not be aware that, well, we've got a bouncy house or a big bouncy slide set up behind the pit side grandstands. And like, it is cool looking. Apparently I'm too tall, so they would not let me on. I put up my best argument, but they were having none of it. But I'm told there are no kids there. Kids, what's up? So, hey, if you've got kids, take them on over to the bouncy house. It's not a house. It's not a castle, but it is a big bouncy slide. Let's call it Bouncy Slide. So we're just kind of doing this courtesy of Mission Raceway Park, giving the smaller kids something to do. So I forget the name of the girl who's over there watching over things, but she's bored out of her mind. So if you got some kids, let them go check it out. So here's this Diesel Nova up once again. Lights up the tires on the starting line. So here comes Chris Stone once again. Chris Stone in the Pro Mod. Well, it was once a Pro Mod. It's now going to be a Super Pro bracket car. Very sleek looking machine, no doubt about that. So again, we do need juniors to the staging lanes. Juniors, if you're not in the lanes, it's where you need to be. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Street 4 and 5. In Pro Bracket, this would be your standby call. So while I put myself on standby, we've got Mike back up here in the tower, so I'm going to turn things back over to you.
All right, thanks, John. Mike back on the mic. All right, guys, we got our first run Junior Street eliminations. In the tower lane, we have Cash driving the 94 Mustang convertible. Almost mixed up my words there because that is an SN95 Mustang body. That's what they call that year. In the right lane, we have Josephine Smith, 2007 Chevy Silverado. Zapstrap Racing. Cash gets off the line quicker with a 0.60 reaction time. And Cash gets that one with a 983 at 70 miles per hour. Josephine Smith runs a 975 at 71 miles per hour. Tony Michael in the right lane, also out of Chase, BC. Driving a 2006 Silverado, lining up next to James McNeil of Surrey, BC, in the Mustang. James McNeil on a 935 dial. Tony Michael dialed in at 902. Green light, James McNeil gets off the line quicker. 191 reaction time. And at the eighth mile ET, James McNeil with a 945 at 74 miles per hour. Tony Michael ran a 904 at 78 miles per hour. Lyndon Reynolds, 1998, Acura Integra in the tower lane. Lining up next to Owen Harvey's Dentside Green Ford. Dentside Ford pushed the front tires a little bit, left early, and then left in a cloud of tire smoke. Lyndon Reynolds, 087 reaction time. Lyndon Reynolds takes it with an 1109 at 65 miles per hour. Ashley Ledrette, tower lane in the red Kia. Lining up next to Jenna Monroe in the 2008 Tahoe. Jenna's driving with A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina, and RV. Ashley's got a 1099 dial clocked in. Jenna with a 1095. Jenna leaves a little early, 200ths early. Ashley runs a 1088 at 65 miles per hour. Jenna Monroe, a 1089 at 65 miles per hour. Ashley will continue on. Nick Bond in the tower lane, 2026 Ford F-150. Driving with JBS equipment. And we got Abel McAllen in the Lordco lane. And I've got 2006 Chevy, but fairly certain that's a 2006 Ford in the Lordco lane. Driving with Stay Tuned Auto Repair. Abel is clocked in with a 950 dial. Nick Bond with a 944. Abel with a better reaction time of 024. And Abel takes it with a 963 at 82 miles an hour. Nick Bond runs a 935 at 71 miles per hour. Well, I've just been reminded not to do a certain something over the microphone. I do apologize for that. This is my second weekend on the job as Mission Raceway's newest announcer. So I will keep that in mind and discipline myself. McKenna Thompson takes that with a 1007 at 72 miles per hour. Now we got Shelby McNeil, 2010 Nissan. In the right lane, McNeil Racing Team on a 985 dial. Douglas Kvass, Pitt Meadows, BC in the 87 Chrysler Woody Wagon. Dialed in with a 1280. Shelby McNeil takes it with a 1001 at 69 miles per hour. Douglas Kvass runs a 1276 at 53 miles per hour. Douglas left first with a 104 reaction. Shelby McNeil, 457 reaction, but Shelby McNeil got there first. And that wraps up the first round of Junior Street eliminations. So coming up, we have the Junior Dragsters. Oh. Starting us off with Junior Lightning. Well, it looks like we have some organizing going on in the staging lanes. So I'm going to show you guys some more of the two-step trivia. This here is drag racing history facts. The first official race. While kids were racing on dry lake beds in the 30s, the first commercial drag race didn't happen until June 19th, 1950 at an airport runway in Santa Ana, California. Ever wonder why we race 1,320 feet? Early racers used the quarter mile because it was roughly the length of a standard city block. Breaking 300 miles per hour, it took until 1992 for a car to finally break the 300 mile per hour barrier. Kenny Bernstein was the first to do it, forever cementing his name in the history books. Here's a fun one, the origin of the Christmas tree. 1963. Before the lights, we had flagmen. They were replaced because drivers were too good at reading the flagman's body language to get a head start. Here's a fun one for you guys. Recently, Gage Herrera set a historic mark in pro stock motorcycle by winning 11 straight events and 46 consecutive rounds between 2023 and 2024. Well, I hear engines. So it looks like we got the first of the Junior Lightning dragsters pulling up into the burnout box. Attention in the pits. Attention pits. Pro, you guys are put on standby. Pro, you are on standby. All right, first round. Junior Lightning, we have Emily White with White Lightning racing with an 805 dial lined up to next to Bentley Johnson in the Lordco lane. Rodrigue Family Racing, Bentley's got an 800 dial. Emily White leaves a little early on that one. Bentley Johnson with the 808. 808 at 79 miles per hour for Bentley Johnson. Emily White in the left lane with an 808. 81 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the lanes. Pro, come on down to the lanes. Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Pro, come down to the lanes. Sportsman, you're on standby. We got Tran Kang in the tower lane. Duckow Ventures dialed in with a 790. Connor Jackson in the right lane. Driving for TKO Hot Rods. Amsoil and Rodrigue Family Racing. Fitness Lab and Lordco with a 797 dial. Tran Kang with a red light. Connor Jackson puts down a 799 at 80 miles per hour. And we have Adam Katnick in the tower lane for a solo run, the last run of the Junior Lightning. Eliminations round one. Adam Katnick driving with Lordco and TK Performance. Dialed in with a 790. Adam Katnick crosses the stripe with a 788 at 81 miles per hour. Now we got Hunter Thomas in the Lordco lane, driving with JBS with an 801 dial. Isabella Marshall in the tower lane. Driving with Canco and De Silva Auto World. Isabella's got an 807 dial. And Hunter Thompson gets there first with an 805, 79 miles per hour, taking the win on that one. Isabella Marshall ran an 808 at 79 miles per hour. So Hunter Thompson continues on. Now we got April Bond in the left lane, driving for JBS with a 798 dial next to Hunter Gallant. Driving with BDL Auto and Badass Garage on a 798 dial also. Hunter Gallant with an early launch there, so April Bond moves on no matter what. April Bond ran a 797 at 80 miles an hour. So she did break out, but Hunter had a red light. Hunter ran a 814 at 78 miles an hour. Pearson, Mass, with the wind light lit up. Jackson Cowie left a little early. Pearson, Mass runs a 12:55 at 50 miles an hour. Ashton Katnick here out of Maple Ridge, BC. Going for a buy run. 898 dial. Representing Lordco and TK Performance. Ashton Katnick goes red by 27 thou, puts down a 892 at 72 miles per hour. Kiera Harder in the right lane from Abbotsford, driving a 2005 Creative Junior Dragster chassis. Anderson A1 Auto House dialed in with a 1235. We got Jackson White on the tower lane from Mission, BC, driving the Hulk machine with White Lightning Racing dialed in at a 1407. Kiera Harder takes the win on that one with a 1259 at 49 miles per hour. Also a fantastic reaction time of a 005. Jackson White ran a 1452 at 40 miles an hour. We got Dallas Jackson in the right lane, driving with Extreme Hydrovac and Cascade Capital on an 1198 dial. Danica Harder in the tower lane. Anderson A1 Auto House with an 1199 dial. Little stumble at the starting line for Danica Harder. Dallas Jackson takes it with a 1201 at 53 miles per hour. Danica Harder ran a 1330, 50 miles per hour. Now we got Owen Armstrong out of Chilliwack, BC in the tower lane. Driving with Fountain Tire Chilliwack, DRI Racing with a 1200 dial. Nash Gallant in the right lane, BDL Auto and Badass Garage on a 1259 dial. Nash Gallant takes it with a 1284, 49 miles per hour. Nash will move ahead in the eliminations. Now we have Jack Green, True North Mechanical, with an 1190 dial. Lined up next to Grayson Mass in the tower lane. New elevation civil construction. Grayson's got a 946 dial. Grayson Mass lighting up the wind light with a 954 at 68 miles an hour. Jack Green crossing the stripe with an 1189 at 54 miles per hour. Now we have Cadence Rodrigue out of Chilliwack, BC. Lined up next to Wesley Armstrong, also Chilliwack, BC. Wesley's driving with Fountain Tire Chilliwack and DRI Racing with an 890 dial. Cadence, Amsoil, Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, Dave and Trudy. A lot of support for Cadence. Dialed in with an 896. Cadence Rodrigue takes it with a 900 at 71 miles per hour. A margin of 5 thou. Nate Green versus Alex Green. Last two cars under eliminations here. Both cars driving with True North Mechanical. Both cars with an 890 dial. Brother versus brother. This should be interesting. Well, Nate made it easy for Alex. Left a little early on that one, so Alex continues on with an 887 at 73 miles per hour. Well, that wraps us up for the juniors. So coming up in just a minute here is going to be the pro drivers. All right, first round of pro rolling into the burnout box. Rob Getz in the right lane. Great color on that Ford pickup truck. Dialed in with a 1060. And then we have the mystery wagon, mystery G-body wagon. Still don't have any information on that car. He's dialed in with an 1174, or she, I don't know. Rob Getz makes it easy for the mystery wagon. Tower lane wind light lit up. Car ran a 1171 at 113 miles an hour. Now we got Brendan Piskacek, 1990 Ford Fox body hatch GT Mustang in the right lane. Rob Monroe in that beautiful 1940 Ford pickup in the tower lane. Rob Monroe on 1192 dial. Brendan Piskacek 1342. Brendan Piskacek with a better reaction time, but Rob Monroe takes that one with an 1196 at 109 miles per hour. With a 500th margin on that one. Now we got Mike Render. Mike Render in the right lane, 85 S10. Powered by a 6-liter LS on a 1084 dial. We got Martin Lambert out of Everett. 79 Chevy Monza in the left lane. Monza leaves early, making it easy for Mike Render. Chevy Monza's going on the trailer. Mike Render moves on. He ran a 1090 at 120 miles per hour.
Something's going funky with our computer here. I don't know what's going on.
Well, we just got to shut him down for a minute here as we're experiencing some technological difficulties with the computers and the timing system up here in the tower. So we're just going to do a quick reset. Hopefully that will sort this out. Well, we have restarted the system. Looks like we're in good shape. We're just doing a quick tree check.
It just stopped responding there for a second.
Okay, problem solved. Back in business. Cars are running. We're ready to roll. All right, David Trimble in the right lane, out in Nanaimo, 2000 Mustang. Lining up next to Steve Watkins, the C7 Corvette. Despite sitting for a few minutes, neither of the cars spun their tires. Tires were still nice and warm and sticky. David Trimble moves on with a 909 at 148 miles an hour. And we've got Dell Northgraves in the Lordco lane, 1977 Nova. Brian Heffel in the Chevy Vega in the Tower lane. Brian's dialed in with a 937. Dell Northgraves with a 1024. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman to the lanes. Sportsman, we need you guys in the lanes. And Super Pro, this is your standby. Standby Super Pro. Dell Northgraves took the win on that one in his 77 Nova. Running a 1034 on a 1024 dial. Through the trap at 128 miles per hour. Now we got John McLean. John McLean in his 1969 Ford Falcon. Falcon off racing on an 1111 dial. John Vandeven, 68 Pontiac Firebird on a 1017 dial. John Vandeven takes it with a 1019 on a 1017 dial at 130 miles an hour. John McLean ran a 000 with a 3, a perfect reaction time. So a solid launch for John McLean, but John Vandeven took it. Now we got Lawrence Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo in the right lane. Left lane we got Steve Baskerville. It is 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Volkswagen is on a 1347 dial. Lawrence Monte Carlo 1015 dial. Lawrence takes off, reeling him in. Lawrence lights up the win light. 1015 on a 1015 dial. He drove a 1015 with a 1 on a 1015 dial. You can't ask for much better than that. 128 miles per hour through the traps, and Lawrence moves on. Now we got John Tabak in his 89 S10 on a 1055 dial. Lined up next to Brad Litzenberger, 1981 Chevrolet Malibu called Black Sheep. Brian Litzenberger takes off on a 1238 dial. John launching down the track to reel him in, but he's already got the wind light lit up. Brad Litzenberger leaves 300ths early. John Tabak takes it with a 1055 at 125 miles an hour. John Tabak moves on. Now we got Chris Stone in the Tower lane. Stone Cold Racing, 68 Dodge, driving with Willowbrook Motors. Lined up next to Sean Langley's beautiful 69 Mach 1 Mustang, powered by a 428. Sean Langley dialed in with an 1177. Sean Langley leaves early. Chris Stone gets the win on that one with a 1028 at 127 miles an hour. And we got Cassie Tippy, 1965 Nova wagon in the Lordco lane, lined up next to Jeff Bell's 76 red Dodge. Jeff Bell on a 961 dial. Cassie Tippy on an 1149, so she's going to leave first. Jeff Bell, off he goes to reel her in. Let's see. Jeff Bell will move on, eliminating Cassie Tippy. Jeff Bell runs a 963 on a 961 dial. 009 margin there. 133 miles per hour. Now we have Jim Stahl, 2000 Mustang in the Tower Lane. Lined up next to Ross Walker, 1966 Chevy 2. Jim Stahl on a 1078 dial, Ross Walker at 1023. And the Lordco lane gets the win light. Ross Walker will move on with a 1026 at 122 miles an hour. Dennis Winton in the right lane, lost in time, 1966 Bel Air, powered by a 427 on a 1059 dial. Lined up next to Rich Dice in the Tower Lane, 1973 Nova with an 1123 dial. Rich is driving with Transporters Logistics, and thanks to John Tabak for the LS swap. Lordco Lane, Dennis Winton, 66 Bel Air takes it with a 1061 at 117 miles per hour. We got Andy Klosky. This strip teaser, 1965 Chevy in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Ralph Eller's 91 Mustang. Andy Klosky, a 981 dial. Ralph Ellers, a 1082 dial. Ralph Ellers of the Mustang leaves early, making it easy for the strip teaser. Andy Klosky will move on. 982 on a 981 dial, 134 miles an hour. Now we have Fred Hoffman, 67 Chevy Camaro on a 1027 dial. Lined up next to 100-year-old Wayne Douglas, 1968 Dart. Wayne Douglas has a 1075 dial. And Wayne Douglas gets the win on that. Fred Hoffman left a little early. Wayne Douglas with a decent, very good reaction time, actually, a 002. He ran a 1071 at 122 miles per hour. Ron McKenzie, Ferndale, Washington, 1970 Chevy Nova in the Tower Lane on a 1212 dial. Calvin Dirks in his 78 Firebird in the right lane on a 1010 dial. So Calvin Dirks is gonna take off. Try to catch Ron. Win light Calvin Dirks. 1024 on the 1010 dial. 121 miles per hour. Now we've got Dave Jung out of Surrey, BC in his 96 Camaro. Powered by a 350 Chevy on a 1058 dial. And we have that blue Chevy S10 in the right lane on an 1135 dial. Big wheelie for the Camaro, big wheel spin for the S10. S10 left early, red lighted. Dave Jung gets the win on that with a 10:55 at 125 miles an hour. Craig Johnson in the right lane, 1979 Chevy Malibu wheelie machine, driving with BC Scale and Johnson's custom exhaust. He's got a 1057 dial, lining up next to Jenna Dobson in her 1979 Chevy. Wheels up, Craig Johnson looks a little to the right when he came back down. Craig Johnson takes the win light, 1068 at 117 miles per hour. Now we got Giovanni Alaperti, 86 S10 powered by a 454. Dialed in with a 900, lined up next to Matt Warner. In the Lordco lane, 1966 Mercury, dialed in with a 1058. And Matt Warner is given the win on that one. Giovanni left a little early. Matt Warner crosses the stripe, stops the clock with a 1074 at 106 mile per hour. We got Nick Douglas in the Lordco lane for a solo run. Dialed in at a 1200. Nick Douglas up from Lake Stevens, Washington. All right, Jan Christensen lined up in his 09 Cadillac in the tower lane. Dialed in with a 1546 Stormy Newcomb in the 99 S10 in the Lordco lane. With a 1312 dial. Driving for Acro Machining, Pavey Hill Machine, and SBB Racing. Right lane, Stormy takes it with a faster reaction time of a 011. Stops the clock with a 1313 at 98 miles per hour. Stormy will move on. Now we've got Dan Piskachek in the convertible Mustang GT in the Tower Lane. Driving with Buick Racing, dialed in with a 1449. Lined up next to Steve Watkins in the Corvette C7 with an 1160 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the lanes, guys. Motorcycle, you're on standby. Once again, motorcycle is on standby. Super Pro, make your way down to the lanes. Steve Watkins went ahead with that one with a 12:05 at 89 miles an hour. Now we got Rob Getz taking a run down the strip with Jim Benke. Green light, wind light for the Tower Lane. 1168 on an 1165 dial, 121 miles an hour. Rob Getz moves on. And we have Sylvia Hoogstens driving Baby Blue, this 66 Ford Mustang in the Tower Lane, lined up next to John Califo. That Butternut 1967 Conzo Chevy. Sylvia's got a 1207 dial. John a 1210 dial. And Sylvia gives it to John with this one, leaving 1 thou early, making it easy for John. John crosses the line with a 1260 at 106 miles per hour. Brendan Piskachek made his way back around to the staging lanes, and he's lined up at the starting line right now in his 1990 Ford hatchback Mustang, lined up next to Eric Hansen, 1970 Dodge. Brendan's on a 1345 dial. Eric Hansen a 1214, and Eric Hansen gives it to Brendan. Brendan Piskachek will move on. Eric Hansen was 400ths too early on that one, lighten up the cherry. Brendan crosses the strip with a 1343 at 100 miles per hour. Now we got Tyler Smith in his 68 Chevelle, lined up next to Josh Klosky in the Fox Body Mustang in the Lordco lane. Tyler Smith on an 1160 dial. Josh Klosky is 1740. Josh leaves. Green light for Tyler, and he's making his way down the track. Tyler Smith takes it at the end with an 1170 at 105 miles per hour. Josh Klosky ran a 1753 at 73 miles per hour. Dell James in the Lordco lane, another Fox Body Hatch Mustang, 1983 flavor. He's sitting behind a 502 under the hood, lined up next to Jim Olson in the Tower lane. In the 94 Mustang, Jim Olson, 1538 dial. There goes Dell James to reel him in. 1153, but Dell James did leave early on that one, making it easy for Jim Olson. Jim Olson will move on here on a 1541 at 88 miles an hour. We got Bill Wells in the Lordco lane, driving the 79 Chevy that is for sale. Lined up next to Darren Martin in his 05 GMC. Bill Wells is dialed in with an 1165. Darren Martin with a 1716. Bill Wells takes that one with an 1163 on an 1165 dial, 106 miles per hour. Now we have Veronica Hodgson, left lane in the 69 Dodge with an 1197 dial, lined up next to Jeff Homan, 1970 GMC in the right lane. Powered by a 383 Chevy. Jeff's got a 1254 dial. Windlight, Tower Lane, Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dodge, running a 1217 at 102 miles per hour. Jordan Ormsby getting the tires nice and sticky in his 94 Firebird. Got a 1247 dial. Got Graham McNeil in the Lordco lane, 2000 Mustang with a 1470 dial. Graham McNeil moves on with a 1469 with an 8 on his 1470 dial, 92 miles per hour. We got Jessica Armstrong in the left lane. Their 1975 Dart. Lined up next to Ryan Ledrette in his 71 Chevelle. Jessica's got a 1334 dial. Ryan with an 1181. Off Jessica goes. Ryan reeling her in. Gets past at the big end with an 1183. Ryan moves on 100 miles per hour. Jessica Armstrong ran a 1334 at 101. Now we have Haley Christensen, 1967 C10. Chaotic Customs lined up next to Kevin McCauley, 1983 Oldsmobile Cutlass. We got an 1195 dial next to an 1195 dial. And it goes to Kevin McCauley in the 83 Olds with a 1200 at 109 miles per hour. Kevin McCauley moves on. Now we have Steve Baskerville. Volkswagen Golf R 2016 with a 1347 dial. Up against the gold G-body wagon in the Lordco lane with an 1176 dial. Volkswagen's on the brakes, but the wagon makes it happen with an 1183 at 105 miles per hour. G-Body wagon moves on. We got Taryn Monroe, 1997 Trans Am. In the Tower lane, Nick Douglas. In the Lordco lane, his 1968 Dart. Taryn Monroe in the Tower lanes on a 1417 dial-in. Nick Douglas with the 1205. I tell you, it's hard to not see that dial-in on the driver's side glass there.
I'll probably do a quick drag here.
Nick Douglas takes the W on that one with a 12-12 at 109 miles per hour. Now we have Sean Langley in the 69 Ford Mustang lined up next to McKenna Thompson, 2025 Ford F-150. Sean Langley an 1182 dial, McKenna Thompson a 1510 dial. And Sean Langley takes it with an 1189, 99 miles per hour. All right, well, we're just going to take a few minutes for a quick tire drag. We've got Super Pro lined up in the staging lanes, ready to make some passes down the strip. That is the River Valley Ford drag strip, right here at Mission Raceway Park. Got to give a shout out to the title sponsor of this event, the JBS Equipment ET Series. Well, it looks like we're going to be a few minutes here, so might as well do a proper promo for JBS Equipment. They're a Canadian agriculture equipment manufacturer, founded in the early 2000s, operating from a 60,000 square foot facility with its main headquarters and fabrication plant right here in Mission. They've grown through a dealer network across Canada, the US, and even Australia. So some of their equipment operates upside down in Australia.
People work here because
But they are built tough right here in Mission. JBS Equipment has become a global name in heavy-duty farm machinery with Fraser Valley-built spreaders, trailers, and baggers
buying this equipment and they're proud of it.
working fields all across
When
North
everybody
America
gets around a
and
piece of
beyond.
JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
All right, we got two engines fired up. There we go, rolling onto the track now for some Super Pro eliminations. And here we go. We have the G-Body Orange Chevy Malibu in the Lordco lane with an 866 dial. Tower Lane, we have G. Van Brar in the 2016 Dragster with a 582 Chevy behind him and a shiny blue bottle behind that. G. Van's got an 803 dial. Cars are pulling into the staging beams right now. We got 4 yellow lights. Orange Malibu takes it with an 869 on an 866 dial at 152 miles per hour. Ran a 019 reaction time. Up next, we got Martin Rochelle, 1978 Malibu with a 1090 dial, lined up next to John Tabak, 1989 S10 with a 1057 dial. Well, John's putting the S10 on the trailer. Martin Rochelle takes that one with a 1091 at 126 miles an hour on the 1090 dial. Dragster versus Dragster. We got Jeremy Soares from Terrace, BC, and we got Derek Shirk out of Langley. Jeremy's got a 738 dial, Derek with a 727. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles. Come on down, guys. Motorcycles, we need you guys in lane 5. That's motorcycles. We need you guys in lane 5. Hot rods, you guys are on standby. Motorcycles, come on down to lane 5. Hot rods, you're on standby. Jeremy Soares takes that last race in his 01 Cameron Dragster with a 009 reaction time here on a 741 on a 738 dial, 178 miles per hour. Now we have Colton Morin in his 07 Race Tech Dragster lined up next to Lawrence Schwartz, 1983 Monte Carlo. Lawrence, a 1014 dial. Colton Morin with a 784 dial. And Lawrence Schwartz takes it with a 1014 with a 3 on a 1014 dial. And that was a solid race. Colton Morin with a perfect reaction time. 000 with a 7. 000 with a 7 for Colton Morin. Lawrence Schwartz does take it, move on though. Now we have Mike Stewart, 67 Chevy, lined up against Warren Jacobson, 67 Chevy. We're seeing double here. Mike Stewart's got a 1011 dial. Warren Jacobson with a 1090. Mike Stewart driving with Ken Specialty, Gibson's Trans, Lake Performance, Big Al Motorsports, and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Right lane takes it with a 1092 on the 1090 dial, 137 miles per hour. Mike Stewart went a little too quick. Too fast by 5 thou. Now we have Emily Gerard, 01 Undercover Dragster. Emily's got a 582 big block Chevy sitting behind her. Kevin Garlock in the right lane, 71 Camaro with a 565 under the hood. Emily Gerard driving with Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical. She's got a 751 dial. And off she goes, chasing down Kevin Garlock on his 885 dial. And across the line, Emily Gerard takes it with a 782 at 140 miles an hour. Kevin Garlock ran a 949 at 132 miles an hour, but Emily Gerard is going to move on. Kevin McNichol in the right lane, 67 Nova. Daryl Tippy in the left lane, 62. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Super combo, you guys are on standby. Again, hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Standby super combo. Daryl Tippy takes the win light on that last run with a 004 reaction time. 1057 on a 1057 dial. He drove a 1057 with a 5 at 126 miles per hour. Brad Vingy in the Lordco lane, 1968 Chevy Camaro, B&C Racing on a 1046 dial. Lined up next to the seaweed flamed out Ted Buss, 1934 Ford. Driving with Shawnigan Trucking. Ted Buss on a 909 dial. Brad Vingy at 1046. And Brad Vingy makes it easy for Ted Buss. Ted Buss is going to go ahead, take the win on that one as Brad left just a little too early. John Brining in the Tower Lane. 1970 Camaro. Powered by a 632, lined up next to John Jenkins in the Lordco lane, 1988 Chevrolet S10. John Jenkins, West Coast Building, McKenzie Racing, and Bubba's on a 1016 dial. John Brining on a 934. John Jenkins with a better reaction time of a 016. He takes it and he will move on with a 1014 at 128 miles per hour. We got Ron Fawcett from Nanaimo in his 1923 Model T, driving with Straight Line race cars. Lined up next to Rick Modell, Courtney, BC. Driving the white dragster in the Lordco lane. Ron Fawcett in the left lane is on an 885 dial. Rick Modell, a 779. Lordco lane gets the win light. Rick Modell, 786 at 160 miles per hour with a 017 reaction time. Ron Fawcett heading back to the ferry terminal with a 897 at 165 miles per hour. We got Brandon Hutchinson from Shawnigan Lake, BC. He's in the Lordco lane with an 890 dial. Emma Debris Coos, also from Shawnigan Lake, BC. Little small town rivalry going on here, maybe. BD Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Bowtie Adventures, and Straight Line Race Cars. Emma with an 850 dial. Emma, here comes trouble, gets out of the hole faster than Brandon, and she takes the win on that one with an 8:61 at 155 miles an hour. Brandon Hutchinson, he's heading back to Shawnigan Lake a little earlier than he was hoping for, I'm sure. Up next, we got this first-gen Cavalier, Steve McKenzie's Cavalier out of Richmond, BC in the Tower Lane. 1987 Cavalier, to be exact. Dialed in with an 878, lined up next to Daniel Rodrigue, 08 TNT Dragster. Daniel's got a 615 big block Chevy behind him. Engine that is certainly pushing him down the track. And Daniel Rodrigue takes it. 724 with a 2 on a 723 dial. Daniel Rodrigue with a 012 reaction time. Steve McKenzie's Cavalier will be parked. Daniel moves on. We have Jeff Bell, 1976 Dodge in the right lane with a 962 dial, lined up next to Greg Doughty with a 05 Rail Dragster. Greg's driving from Abbotsford, BC, driving with Rad Torque with an 802 dial. Greg in the rail car crept across the line a little too quick, so that made it easy for Jeff Bell. He's going to move on with a 978 at 135 miles per hour. Jason Gibson, Surrey, BC, 91 Mustang in a very vibrant pearly orange with a 963 dial, lined up next to Brad Powell. Brad Powell in the Dragster in the Lordco lane with a 728 dial. Brad Powell is on a rip, reeling him in, and Brad Powell takes it. 729 on a 728 dial, 180 miles per hour. His reaction time was 009 for Brad Powell. Clean run. Jason Gibson will not move on. Paul Soares in the left lane. In the red Pontiac, he's with a 816 dial, lined up next to Shaylin Svetic, 1970 Ford front engine dragster. Shaylin's got a 930 dial. Left lane takes it. Paul Soares will move on. Paul Soares, 816 dial. He runs a 816 with a 4 at 160 miles an hour. Fred Hoffman, 1967 Chevy Camaro in the right lane. 1027 dial-in. Lined up next to Brody Soares from Terrace and a 03 Cavalier. Brody's got a 780 dial. Well, I think Brody Soares crept out a little bit there. The win is going to Fred Hoffman. Brody left early. Fred Hoffman runs a 1030 on his 1027 dial at 126 miles per hour. Now we have Jan Christensen in the Camaro in the Tower lane and Craig Johnson in the Lordco lane. Jan Christensen with a 1080 dial. That beautiful gray and orange paint job lined up next to Craig Johnson with a 1058 dial in his wheelie machine wagon. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Combo to 1 and 2. Super combo 1 and 2. Door slammers, you're on standby. That's standby door slammers. Super combo, you guys are in lane 1 and 2. Wow. Jan Christensen, 0065 reaction. Craig Johnson, 0069 reaction. Craig Johnson takes it at 1057 with an 8 on his 1058 dial. 114 miles per hour. But Jan Christensen ran a 1078 on the 1080 dial. So they both broke out, but Craig Johnson broke out by less, and that was a good run for both the drivers, really. Wild Bill, DeRoche, BC, Wild Racing, 928 dial in the left lane. Kevin Brennan in the right lane on a 2020 Suzuki with an 890 dial, and it goes to Wild Bill, our winner from the last weekend. The first and second race of the series. Wild Bill crosses the line with a 922. He's going to move on. We have Daryl Storzak, 86 Suzuki, 1428 cc, 857 dial, lined up next to Dwayne Stevens on his 08 Hayabusa 1300 with a 962 dial. Daryl Storzak in the Tower lane, riding for League Pro Suzuki. TCS lane gets the win light. That's Daryl Storzak on his 86 Suzuki, running an 861 on his 857 dial, 148 miles per hour. And we have Isaac Hazelton in the right lane, piloting the 97 Suzuki 600 1195 dial, lined up next to Anna Donaldson on an 07 Yamaha with an 1138 dial. Isaac Hazelton takes the win on that one with a 1203 at 118 miles per hour. Isaac Hazelton will move on in the motorcycle. Okay, Corey Craig, Hayabusa 1300 Turbo in the Tower lane, riding with Black Lightning, lined up next to Jody Brickwood in the Lordco lane, 78 Kawasaki, 1428. Riding with Brickwood Renovations, Corey has a 793 dial, Jody with a 938 dial, and Jody leaves early. Corey Craig gets the win on that one. Jody's parking it. Corey will move on. All right, we're moving on to hot rod eliminations here. James Dobson, 1970 Chevy Camaro with a 1055 dial, lined up next to Jeff Eason. Jeff Eason with a 72 Mach 1 with a 1073 dial. Jeff Eason, 1073 dial. He runs a 1073 with a 1. 123 miles per hour. Jeff Eason will move on. Now we got Rob Hodgson, 1967 Plymouth, in the tower lane, lined up next to Terry Hookston's 66 Chevy. Chevy 2. Terry's got a 1217 dial. Rob Hodgson with a 1076 dial. Tower lane, Rob Hodgson, 1081 on the 1076 dial, 115 miles per hour. Looks like Terry Hookston's is done for the day. We got Dennis Winton, 1966 Chevy Bel Air, in the tower lane. The Lost in Time car. Lined up next to Rob Monroe's 1940 Ford. Dennis Winton with a 1057 dial. Rob with an 1193. Dennis Winton got off the line quicker and got the win light on that one with a 1062 at 123 miles per hour. We got Barry Patterson in the tower lane. 65 Coronet. And off he goes to chase down Ryan Ladrett and his 71 Chevy. Chevelle from Muffler Tech Auto. Barry Patterson takes it. Gets the W on that one with a 979 on his 978 dial, 136 miles per hour. Ryan Isherwood, last week's quadruple zero reaction time guy, with an 1133 dial, up against Walter Johnson 72 Chevelle with an 1115 dial. And Ryan Isherwood takes the win on that one, 1137 at 115 miles per hour. Walter Johnson will not be continuing. He ran an 1113 at 118 miles per hour. Little too quick. Little too quick. Ken Hogue, 1964 Plymouth, in the Tower lane up against Wayne Douglas, the 100-year-old, in the Lordco lane. And Wayne Douglas continues on with the win light with a 1088 at 114 miles per hour on his 1070 dial. We got Roland Lowen, 55 Ford Meteor, powered by a 302 Ford Lordco Auto Parts, on a 1295 dial, so he's going to leave early. And that gold Chevy 2 is going to chase him down. Roland Lowen, red lit. They both red lit. But the gold Chevy 2 red lit by less. I have no information about that car or that driver, but whoever that is, he's moving on with a 1059 on his 1057 dial. Jerry Brabander, 62 Chevy 2, driving out of Cloverdale. Lined up next to Dale Wood, the orange 72 Nova. Might be something going on with the Nova. No, looks like we're good. Jerry has a 1079 dial, Tower Lane. Dale Wood, 1137 in the Lordco lane. TCS lane takes it. Jerry Babander, 1095 on the 1079 dial, 106 miles per hour. Dale Woods parking the Nova. He ran a 1259 on his 1137 dial at 105 miles per hour. And those were the last two of our hot rods for now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Door slammers to the staging lanes. Door slammers, we need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. Door slammers, lanes 3 and 4. Door slammers overflow. We'll put you guys in 5 and 6. right, starting off with our super combo runs. Sylvia Hoogstens driving Ep. This one's a 66 Ford like her other blue Mustang, although this one is a fastback flavor with a 572 under the hood, lined up next to Herman Chan, 67 Camaro. Sylvia with a 1090 dial. Herman with a 1090 dial. This should be a close race, folks. Looks like Herman is out front, but is he too far out front? He is not. And he had a 006 reaction time. Solid run for Herman Chan in the Lordco lane. So he will continue on with an 1100 on his 1090 dial, 121 miles per hour in the speed drop. Glenn Golden, 69 Corvette with a 990 dial. Steve Veach out of Courtney, BC in the right lane, 72 Duster. Had a bit of a cleaner start of the run there, and he will move on. Steve Veach gets the green win light on that one, 1083 on his 1090 dial. Because Glenn ran a 981 on his 990 dial. So Steve will move on. We got Martin Rochelle, 78 Malibu, G-body car in the Tower lane with a 1090 dial. Lined up next to Brandon Hutchinson's 02 Davis car. Brandon Hutchinson driving his Corvette. Down here from Shawnigan Lake. Martin's got a 1090 dial. Brandon has a 990 dial. $10.90 dial to $9.90 dial. And Brandon Hutchinson takes the win on his 990 dial. He runs a 990 with a 9 at 158 miles per hour. So Brandon Hutchinson, he will move on. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super shifters. We need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters, lanes 1 and 2. And stand by, license and test. Super shifters, make your way down to lanes 1 and 2. And license and test, you guys are on standby. Warren Jacobson, the left lane with a 1090 dial. And we have Emily Gerard tearing after him, but Emily left a little bit early. So Warren Jacobson will move on. He had a good run at 1092 on his 1090 dial. 139 miles per hour. Warren Jacobson moves on to next round of eliminations. And now we have Dan Parsons for the bye run out of Powell River, BC. Driving the Quality Racing 1970 Duster on a 1090 dial. PNW Adventure Dan. So is that Pacific Northwest Adventure Dan? Anyways, he locks in a 1088 on a 1090 dial. A little too fast there. And Dan Parsons was the last of our super combo cars, so Coming up next, we got some door slammers. Wow. Big burnout, Andy Hatton. That's 69 Camaro. Making that 585 big block Chevy put in some work, getting those tires nice and hot and cleaned off for this rip. Andy Hatton runs at 831, 161 miles per hour. Well, quite the burnout from that GT500 in the Tower Lane, driven by Poe Freeborn. We got Paul Debris Jr. in the Lordco Lane, 66 Valiant, 565 big block Chevy. Driving with Straight Line Race Cars, Shawnigan Lake Trucking. These guys lining up to make a pass now.
Well, all right, I'm back up here in the tower. Gonna give Mike a well-deserved break. Let him rest the pipes a little. Q3, Howie Winklehorst, 008. How about you? 8:52, 158 miles an hour at the finish line. Severston, Tower side in the Dakota goes 770 at 173. Jason Field backs up from the burnout at a pretty nice high rate of speed. He's all business. Otto Schulte in the right lane. Schulte out of Black Creek, BC. turns it red by 13 thou. Jason Field cuts a 40 light. Field leads the way at the finish line. Puts 728 up on the reader board, 160 miles an hour, so he was obviously off the gas as he was doing 174 at 1,000 feet. Otto Schulte, 757, 181. Now Roger Winter and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson for Rad Torque Systems. Roger Winter for Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals. Burnout's done. Got the hot rods backed up. Now, you didn't exactly need to look around the corner. You could hear who was coming. So Roger leaves before the tree is activated. That car starts making a move towards the center line. He gets out of it. It's a throwaway run anyway, no data. Scott Robinson leaves with an 058 light. It's red, however. Then 773 at 177 miles an hour. Shane Ledger and Dave Kowalski coming up. Kowalski currently qualified in the number 3 position with his earlier 714 at 198. Now this is a fairly new creation, so to speak. I believe he's owned the car for some time, but not in its present state. So still kind of in the process of sorting it out. I am sure that it has much more potential than that 714 at 198. Out of the gas before the finish line. Car was definitely breaking up a little bit on the top end. So both Dave Kowalski and Shane Ledger will stand pat on their earlier runs. Ledger is the bottom qualifier, the number 23 position at 856. Jason Field, number 1, 704. Mike Bedsworth, number 2, 707. Just mentioned Dave Kowalski, number 3 at 714. Then Poe Freeborn, 718, puts him in the number 4 position, followed by Craig Fredrickson, who went 719 to be number 5. Speaking of Fredrickson, goes 731 on that pass, 182 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie, 794, 169 miles an hour in the black Chevelle. Mike Bedsworth, right-hand lane. Went 707 earlier in the day to sit number 2. Pretty consistent car. However, we are now in the heat of the afternoon as opposed to the earlier morning type air. Not likely that he'll improve on the 707. There, he's a full 7 numbers off. Car did look like it moved around maybe a little bit early in the run. Might have had an effect on things. Bedsworth, as usual, commonly 00 on the starting line, as he was this run, 006. Mike Bedsworth, your 2025 champion. Now Dale Phillips and Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson left side, Dale Phillips right side. Phillips in the Lordco lane. Mark Thompson, TCS side of the track. Thompson turns it red by 16. Dale Phillips is 051 to start off, then 762 at 176. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We're going to make the call now for license and test. License and test. Come on down to lane number 6. License and test. This is your call to the staging lanes. License and test. Come on down to the lanes. Junior classes. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to juniors. So one more time, license and test, license and test. We need you to the lanes, please. Juniors, get ready to go. You are on standby. Now Darren Buick, all by himself. Buick, the 67 Nova for Evans Excavating. $836, 161 for Darren Buick. Now Brody Soares and Paul Stretch. Paul Stretch currently sits number 6 with a 723. Brody Soares tower side of the racetrack. He currently sits number 10. Paul Stretch goes 727, 191 miles an hour, and a 768 for Brody Soares. Next up, Steve Lowe and Terry Langdon Davies. Langdon Davies. The pretty little black and purple 41 Willys. 615 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Wants to thank Ken Specialty Automotive for all of his help and support putting together the said big block Chevy. Pretty much side by side at the finish line. It is Steve Lowe getting there first, 793 to Terry Langdon Davies, 813. Hey, listen up, juniors. Your first round contingency prizes are ready up here in the tower. So if round one did not go your way, your contingency is ready up here in the tower. Hey, check this out. Coming up in the left lane, another test pass for Austin Christopher on the turbo-assisted Pro Mod Kawasaki. This bike is just absolutely awesome. The world's quickest Pro Mod, world record holder, right down there in the left lane. Now on the first attempt, seemed they maybe put a little too much too quick. Because it got about 10 feet out, maybe 20 feet out, and started to light up the rear tire. And here they are, back up once again. Austin Christopher, Top Fuel Harley champion for 2025. Right now aboard his Kawasaki Pro Mod. Again, world record bike. Build up a little boost. Here we go. This is looking good. How about 624, 204 miles per hour. Austin Christopher, check out that reader board. 624, 204 miles an hour. Here we go. Round number one. McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. Jamie Roth and Keith Armstrong. Jamie Roth, the reigning champ, turns on the win light, 3 above the 10:06 dial, the 10:09. So Jamie Roth will be coming back. We now have Will Zork and John DePork. A couple of veterans of this class. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior classes, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need our juniors back to the lanes for round number 2. Junior dragsters and junior street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Junior street, lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior dragsters will take Thunder in lane number 1 and will take Lightning in lane number 2. Will Zorek turns it red, 76. John DePork was green, 76. So John DePork with a freebie gets a time trial here in round 1. Goes 10:37 on the 10:25 dial, so maybe it was a good thing. Will Zurich, 11:14 on the 11:15 dial, so he actually went quicker. Kevin McDonald trying to stay out front of Scott Winterbottom. Winterbottom's your winner. Goes 9:47 on the 9:41 to call it a win. 13th out separated him on the starting line. Winterbottom with the advantage. Kevin McDonald comes up 10:44 on the 10:32. Well off. Now Dan Gray. 4,800 pounds sitting at the starting line right now. Dialed in at 11:75. Rowing through the gears. Dan Piskacek in the little Mustang. The ragtop. Gets to the stripe first, but finds himself well under the 14:51 dial with a 14:39. Dan Gray was way safe, goes 11:90 on the 11:75. And moves on to round number 2. Now it's Rich Graves and Al Lougheed. Lougheed. Now I get to listen to the thing. I'm going to say that is every bit of a 300 cubic inch straight 6 under the hood of that Falcon. I'm going to have to go check that thing out. So dueling red lights, Rich Graves was the lesser offender. He was 009 red, just missed it. Al Lougheed was way red, 228. So Rich Graves coming back for round number 2. Keith Winterbottom with the competition by. Tim Hopper should have been his opponent, but Tim Hopper is nowhere to be seen. So Keith Winterbottom turns it red by 400. Then goes 904 on the 885. Now Joel Smith in the Pontiac. 1971 Ventura. Carbureted LS under the hood, 393 cubic inches. 1050, 132 miles an hour. So I'm assuming that was the end of Super Shifters, and we're now into License and Test. Chris Stone. In the Dodge. So Chris Stone at one time had a fairly competitive little Dodge Omni. Front wheel drive deal, turbo. Believe it ran in the 12s. How about 878, 155? So he went 874 in his first run. I'm saying, I think he's ready to go racing. You could dial that.
Now, when you think diesel versus diesel, you don't picture this lineup. We got a Dodge Ram diesel next to a Chevy Nova diesel.
Well, why would you picture this lineup?
That's a rare sight, seeing a Chevy Nova roll coal. Chaos Diesel in the Lordco lane. Rolling with 4 slicks, a slick on each corner. This thing gets off the line rowdy.
Well, not that time.
Broke the tires with some violent wheel hop, but that's why we test.
I must say that thing sounds pretty cool when, like, you can just hear the torque numbers coming out of that thing. Once he hit high gear there and really put some load on it, the sound changed drastically.
Yep, that war whistle under the hood was singing the song of the diesel people, that's for sure. Very clean launch for the Dodge. On a rip down the track, clocking in a 998.
Jamie Wellwood in the altered. Well, that looked fairly uneventful, which is exactly what you want it to look like. Left in a pretty calm and controlled manner with a 118 60 foot.
Yep, that was a tidy run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, we need you guys to the staging lanes. Pro to the lanes. That's pro. Get your cars down to the staging lanes. Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Stand by, Sportsman. Wow, that Camaro was on a rip. 730 at 186. And it looks like we got our first lineup of Junior Street pulling into the water box right now. And the black Chevy 2 crosses the finish line of the 963, and that was the last of our license and test. Moving on to Junior Street. James McNeil in the Mustang with a 945 dial. Shelby McNeil in the Nissan with a 998 dial. And James takes the win on that one with a 943 at 74 miles per hour. James broke out by 200th, but Shelby McNeil broke out by a bit more. So James will continue on. Now we got Lyndon Reynolds from Mission in the Tower Lane, 98 Acura Integra, driving with Second Gen Racing and Hoosier Tire. 1104 dial lined up next to Ashley in the red Kia on a 1088 dial. Lyndon gets the win light on that one. The 98 Acura Integra will be moving on with an 1133 on the 1104 dial. Crossing the 8th mile at 55 miles per hour. Now we have Cash back in his SN95 convertible Mustang, 1994 Mustang that is, on a 979 dial. Lined up next to Abel McAllen in an 06 Ford. You could tell as soon as that Ford gets into boost, back end squats and it boogies, and he takes it. Stay tuned to Auto Repair with a 997 on his 963 dial. Running through the 8th mile trap at 66 miles an hour. Now we got McKenna Thompson coming up for a solo pass in the Tower Lane. She's dialed in with a 1010. Gets across the line with a 1012 at 71 miles per hour. And that's a wrap for the Junior Street for now. Coming up next, we got Junior Thunder. Next in line for eliminations round 2. In the tower lane, we have Cadence Rodrigue driving the 06 Creative Junior Dragster. Dialed in with an 899, lined up next to Pearson Mass with a 1255 dial. Pearson Mass, new excavation civil construction. Cadence Rodrigue driving with Amsoil, Kent Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. We got Pearson Mass in a deep stage. Cadence is fully staged. And Cadence Rodrigue will continue on, running an 899 with a 5 on the 899 dial. 72 miles per hour across the 8th mile. Pearson Mass got out of the hole with a better reaction time of 019, but it wasn't quite enough. Cadence Rodrigue will move on. Now we have Nash Gallant in the tower lane, BDL Auto and Badass Garage, driving an 07 Mike Boss Junior Dragster. Dialed in with a 1279. Dallas Jackson in the Lordco lane, driving an 08 RPC Junior Dragster, driving with Extreme Hydrovac and Cascade Capital. Dallas is dialed in with a 1198. And she's rolling into the pre-stage beams right now. Fully staged, and off they go. Nash Gallant giving Dallas Jackson a freebie on this one. Nash leaving 300ths early. Dallas Jackson getting the win on that one. She will move on with an 1191 at 52 miles an hour. Grayson Mass in the left lane. New elevation civil construction with a 954 dial, lined up next to Alex Green in the right lane, driving with True North Mechanical. Dialed in with an 890. Alex Green takes the win on that with an 893 on his 890 dial. 70 miles an hour through the 8th mile trap. So Alex Green will move on. Grayson Mass is parking it. We got Ashton Katnick in the Lordco lane, driving for Lordco and TK Performance. Dialed in with an 892. We have Kyra Harder piloting a flamed out 05 Creative Junior Dragster, driving for Anderson A1 Auto House with a 1245 dial. And after almost 4 seconds, Ashton takes off. Chase Kyra down, a little bit of pedaling. And Ashton takes it with a 900 on that 892 dial. Crossing the 8th mile stripe with 67 miles per hour. Now we have the youngest driver on the strip today. At just 5 years old, going for a little rip. Well, that was the last of the Junior Thunder. Moving on to Junior Lightning for their second round of eliminations. We got Connor Jackson in the Tower Lane, 2014 Mike Boss Dragster, Junior Dragster, driving with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, and Rodrigue Family Racing, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. In the Lordco lane, we have Hunter Thompson out of Mission, BC, driving for JBS. Of course, the title sponsor for the JBS Equipment ET Series. Connor Jackson and Hunter Thomas pulling into the beams. Connor Jackson's got a 798 dial. Hunter Thompson with an 801. And Tower Lane gets it. Connor Jackson will be moving on with an 804. Breaking the beam with 77 miles per hour. Connor Jackson moves on. Adam Katnick, the flaked out red candy machine in the Tower Lane. And we have April Bond in the Lordco lane in the hot pink JBS Junior Dragster. Adam Katnick with a 790 dial. April Bond with a 796 dial. April Bond will continue on. She takes the win light. 797 on the 796 dial. 80 miles per hour. Adam Katnick will not be continuing. He ran a 790 at 80 miles per hour. Bentley Johnson lined up in the tower lane. Rodrigue Family Racing dialed in with an 804. Crosses the finish line a little fast. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman to the staging lanes. Sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you're on standby. Once again, that's Sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsman, Super Pro, you guys are on standby. And that was our last little rip there for the Junior Lightning cars. Moving on to Pro ET. We got John in the S10 on a 1056 dial, lined up next to Wayne Douglas, who I'm sure you've heard is celebrating his 100th birthday today. Wayne Douglas dialed in with a 1071. John lights up the win light. John with the 050 reaction time gets across the line with a 1061 on his 1056 dial, 117 miles per hour, which puts Wayne Douglas out of the races today. Well, he can just relax and enjoy his birthday, I guess. We got Chris Stone, 68 Dodge in the Stone Cold Racing, popping the front tires off the ground. He's dialed in with a 1028. Lined up against the gold mystery wagon, the G-body wagon. And Chris Stone lights up the win light, 1033 on his 1028 dial. Crossing the quarter mile trap at 120 miles per hour. Now we've got Lawrence Schwartz, 1983 Monte Carlo, with a big old 468 under the hood. Driving with Bubba's Speed Shop, Taves Roofing, and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Dialed in with a 1016. Mike Render in the Tower Lane, 85 S10. Mike Render driving with Fount Tire. He's got a 1087 dial. Something going on with the tree. The cars are backing off the line. Mike Render takes the win on that one. Mike Render with a 019 reaction time up against Lawrence Schwartz's 079 reaction time. Mike takes a 1090 on his 1084 dial, crossing the trap at 120 miles per hour. Now we have David Trimble in the left lane in his 2000 Mustang. Lined up with Dennis Winton, Lost in Time 66 Bel Air. David Trimble with a 905 dial. Dennis Winton leaving first with a 1057 dial. And David Trimble takes the win with a 909 at 140 miles per hour. David Trimble will move on. Now we have Calvin Dirks, 1978 Firebird. Calvin Dirks with a 1010 dial, lined up with Nick Douglas in the blue Dodge in the Lordco lane. Nick Douglas with a 1210 dial. And off goes Sugar Bear, 78 Firebird. How about 1211 on Nick Douglas's 1210 dial? Nick Douglas will move on. Blowing through the traps at 99 miles per hour. Now we have Rob Monroe back around in the Pro class, 1940 Ford pickup, dialed in with an 1198. Jeff Bell with a beautiful wheel stand, his 76 Dodge, dialed in with a 963. 963 with a 3 on his 963 dial. Can't ask for better than that. Crossing the traps at 133 miles per hour. Jeff Bell will move on, and Rob Monroe is eliminated from the Pro class. Now we got Ross Walker, 66 Chevy Nova, Chevy 2, driving with Preston Chevrolet, lined up against Dell Northgraves in Dell's 77 Nova. Dell's clocked into the 10:32, although he left a little bit early, so Ross Walker gets the easy win on that one. Ross Walker with a 0.26 reaction time. Ross Walker ran a 10:20 at 129 miles per hour, and he will continue on. Now we have Dave Jung in the 96 Camaro in the right lane on a 10:57 dial, lining up next to Matt Warner, 1966 Mercury. A hugely entertaining car to watch. This car will stand up on its back tires. He's on a 10:59 dial in next to Dave Jung's 10:57. Synchronized wheelies there. Left lane, Matt Warner takes it in his 66 Mercury, running a 10:57 on a 10:59 dial. A little quicker, but he broke out less than Dave Jung through the traps at 122 miles per hour.
Skyler, help that guy get around. I don't know what's taking the longest
We got John Vandeven pulling into the burnout box next to Craig Johnson. Both cars got their tires nice and sticky. John Vandeven driving the orange 68 Pontiac Firebird. Lining up next to Craig Johnson's 79 Malibu wagon. Johnson, of course, driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. We got a 1017 dial in the Tower lane. 1058 in the Lordco lane. Always a big wheelie by Craig Johnson. And it looks like Craig Johnson takes it. 10:55. 10:55 at 118 miles an hour. Craig Johnson will move on. John's Firebird will be parked. And we got Andy Klosky from Quesnel, BC in the 65 Chevy Strip Teaser. Dialed in with 984 for a solo run. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, come on down. Lanes 1 through 4. That's Super Pro. Come on down to the lane. Super Pro. We got Graham McNeil, 2000 Mustang, the white car in the Tower lane, lining up next to Tyler Smith's black 68 Chevelle in the Lordco lane. Graham McNeil with a 1468 dial. Tyler Smith with an 1160 dial. Graham McNeil leaves early, and he leaves a little too early. Giving the easy win to Tyler Smith on that one. Tyler Smith will move on with an 1184 on his 1160 dial. Breaking the trap at 99 miles per hour. Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dodge in its poly gold paint job. Powered by a 360, driving with Lordco. Veronica Hodgson on 1196 style. Then we have the G-Body Gold wagon in the Lordco lane. And the gold wagon lights up the cherry, giving an easy win to Veronica Hodgson. She is going to continue on. She runs an 11.95 on her 11.96 dial. But we got a red light in the other lane, so Veronica, you will continue on. We got Sean Langley in his 69 Ford Mustang, powered by a 428. 11.77 dial in the Lordco lane. Lined up next to Rob Getz. Gray single cab 24 F-150 all the way down from Kamloops. Rob Getz is he is dialed in with an 1170. And Rob gets it. Rob gets it at 1174 at 116 miles per hour. Sean Langley ran just a bit too quick, so Rob will move on. Brendan Piskachek, back in his Fox Body GT Mustang, 1990 Ford, with a 1343 dial, lined up next to Ryan Ledret's 71 Chevelle. Ryan in the Lordco lane, of course, with an 1177 dial. And Brendan Piskachek is out of the race. Ryan Ledret takes it with an 1181 at 114 miles per hour. Ryan Ledret will move on. Now we have Jim Olson out of Chase, BC in that 94 convertible Mustang with a 1542 dial. Lined up next to Bill Wells in his 79 Chevy Malibu, powered by a 454, and that car is 100% for sale, guys. It's up for grabs. Junior Dragsters, Junior Street. Bill Wells, for a young racer, he's going to give you guys a good deal on this car if you're into it. 11-second race car. See Bill Wells, he's by the Pro Shop. And Bill Wells takes the W on that one. He runs an 1163 at 103 miles per hour. There we go. John's got his driver's door closed now in his 67 Canso Chevy 2. Dialed in with a 1210, lined up next to Steve Watkins in that C7 Corvette. Steve Watkins with an 1160 dial. And Steve Watkins in his Corvette takes it with an 1131 at 115 miles per hour. Kevin McCauley in the Lordco lane, driving a 1983 Oldsmobile Cutlass, lined up next to Nick Douglas's 68 Dart. Nick Douglas of Lake Stevens, Washington, on a 1208 dial, lined up next to Kevin McCauley's 1195 dial. Nick Douglas with a much better reaction time, and he takes the W with a 1231 at 96 miles per hour. Stormy Newcomb from Washington, lining up for a solo run in that 99 S10. Driving with Acro Machining, Pavey Hill Machine, and SBB Racing. 1310 dial. And something's going on with the staging process here. Green light and left cleanly. Quarter mile ET, 13 with 2 zeros on a 1310 dial. And that is a wrap for our Sportsman. Wrap for eliminations round 2 anyways. So now we have Super Pro bracket coming up for their second round of eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need motorcycles. Come on down to lane 4. Lane 5, lane 5. Motorcycles, come on down to lane 5. Hot rods, we're going to put you guys on standby. Motorcycles, come on down to lane 5. Hot rods, standby. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call, Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your final call to the staging lanes. We got Jeremy Soares in the tower lane. 01 Cameron Dragster. All the way from Terrace, BC. It's got a 742 dial lined up next to Fred Hoffman. Fred Hoffman in his 67 Chevy Camaro with a 1027 dial. Fred Hoffman leaves first. There goes Jeremy to chase him down. Jeremy Soares gets it a 740 on his 742 dial, 169 miles per hour. Jeremy Soares will move on. Now we got Warren Jacobson, 67 Chevy 2. 1090 dial lined up next to John Jenkins, 88 S10. John Jenkins, 1013 dial, driving with West Coast Building, Mackenzie Racing, and Bubba's. And John Jenkins takes the win on that one with a 002 reaction time. He had the advantage right off the line at 10:11 at 130 miles per hour. 1011 on a 1013 dial. Warren Jacobson ran a 1088 on a 1090 dial. So John Jenkins was negative 0115 off dial. Warren Jacobson was negative 0116 off dial. We got Rick Modell in the white dragster in the tower lane, and we got Daniel Rodrigue in the TNT white dragster in the Lordco lane. Rick Modell 779 dial, and he takes it with a 782 at 159 miles per hour. Under by 5. The other guy. Daniel Rodrigue ran a 722 at 183 miles per hour. Rick Modell will continue on. Martin Rochelle, 78 Malibu, 1090 in the tower lane. Lining up next to Jeff Bell in this 76 Dodge on a 963 dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need hot rods, lanes 1 and 2. Hot rods, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Super combo, you guys are on standby. Standby, super combo. 963 with an 8 for Jeff Bell on his 963 dial. A margin of 0001. Jeff will continue on.
So you really cannot be any more side by side at the finish line than that. A 1/10,000 stripe for Jeff Bell. Jeff Bell was better on the starting line. That's what really set up the win. Then ran dead on with an 8. That certainly helps. But yeah, 1/10,000 at the stripe. Not that it really mattered. Martin Rochelle was behind on the starting line and then well under the 1090 prediction at the finish line. So this was definitely going Jeff Bell's way, but Toby Peterson in the little G-Body Malibu was 002, but does not turn the win light on. Brad Powell was 17 up front, then goes 730 on the 728 dial. Toby Peterson dialed in at 868 and runs under. Taking the stripe by 55. I know exactly what that feels like. This is pretty much what I did in round number 1. Emma in the dragster. Emma Debris Coos. Right-hand lane. Down in at 855. Gonna try and run down Ted Buss in his Roadster. Shawnigan Lake versus Shawnigan Lake. How often does that happen? Actually, quite a number of racers from Shawnigan Lake. Not sure what the total population is there, but a good percentage of them drag race, which is kind of cool. So Emma with the win light. Wins a double breakout. She was under by just 1 thou. Moving on to round number 3. So Mike, we've got Emily Gerard over there in the right lane. So she is I would say a veteran from the junior dragster program.
Okay.
Ran it from a very young age, right up until 18 years old, then stepped out into the big cars, but
very cool. Well, off she goes to chase down Lauren Schwartz Miss Monte Carlo. And she gets the win light on that one. 749 on the 752 dial. She did break out, but less than Lauren's did. 171 miles per hour. Emily will continue on.
Craig Johnson and Paul Soares. Craig Johnson also made it through round number 2 of pro brackets, so he's still double entered. So Johnson dialed in 1053 in the family wagon. We'll look for the big wheels up launch. Hey, listen up in the pits. Super Combo. Super Combo, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need Super Combo to the lanes, please. Super Combo, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Super Combo. Paul Soares in at 814. 2 green lights. Somebody's got a 24 thousandths advantage. It's not your winner. Craig Johnson was better on the starting line, but loses a double breakout by 8 thousandths of a second. Craig Johnson runs under the 1053 dial by 11 thousandths. Paul Soares, arriving 32 thou behind, is under by 3 thou. Johnson was 20 up front. Soares was 44. Daryl Tippy gets the bye. How about that guy? Behind the wheel of the Golden Shower. Yeah, I agree. That's a weird name for a car, but apparently Daryl's quite proud of it. Puts it on his tech card. Daryl Tippy goes way back in the drag racing scene. Was also nicknamed Slow Guy. Well, Isaac Hazelton is moving on. Things did not go Wild Bill's way. He was way red, and then the bike didn't want to go anywhere. Maybe that was the plan. I don't know. But Isaac Hazelton is moving on to the final round. It's a semi-final action right here in motorcycle. We had it exactly 8 bikes. Daryl Storzik and Corey Craig. Storzik in the right lane, dialed in at 857. He turns it red by 45 thou. This is over. Corey Craig is going to the final to face Isaac Hazelton. So there's our final round in motorcycle, all set to go. So we're going to go ahead and call Super Shifters. BC Super Shifters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. BC Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. We'll make a final call for Super Combo. Super Combo, you need to be in the lanes. Hot Rod, pair number 1 of round 2. Ryan Isherwood and Jerry Brabander. Jerry Brabander turns it red by 1,000. Ryan Isherwood, who was a rather tardy 099 on the tree, moves on. Now Daryl Tippy, we just saw him with the bye in Super Pro. Comes right back around. He's in Hot Rod as well, so still double entered. Jeff Eason. Jeff Eason, the Washingtonian. We'll go with that. Comes from someplace in Washington we've never heard of and not sure how to pronounce, so a couple of green lights. Neither of them are bragging material, but there's a significant difference between them. Not surprised to see the wind light on in Jeff Eason's lane. Now, he was 99 on the tree, but Daryl absolutely missed it with a 2:16 reaction time. Then was well behind at the finish line and under. Jeff Eason comes up 1074 on the 1073 dial. So Super Combo, we need Super Combo in the staging lanes. You guys should be in lanes 5 and 6. Super Combo, you guys should be in lanes 5 and 6. Super Shifters, you guys should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. So that was Barry Patterson, and not sure who the other guy was, but Barry Patterson's your winner. Had the reaction time advantage, 020 to 028 at the finish line, 10 flat on the 978 dial, good enough. Right lane way under by about a half hour. Couple of Mopars now. Rob Hodgson, this 67 Satellite. Somebody's getting a sticker. It's going to be the birthday boy and the win light to top it off. Wayne Douglas was absolutely awesome. Puts together 19,000 total, and it was all at the finish line as Douglas was perfect on the starting line. Trip zip on his birthday. Gotta like that. 1071 on the 1070 dial at the finish line. So Hodgson actually took the stripe by 40,000 to be well under the 1073 dial. So Wayne Douglas coming back for more. So we're just giving the track surface a little bit of love. Sure. I see, I don't know what you got planned, but I see Austin's back down there again. I see Austin is back there. Austin. Christopher with the
Just walk right out there, hey? Cool. We'll do that then.
obviously have your wits about you.
Yeah. I don't know, grab the bike and, do one of these, always burn
Yeah.
burnout, right?
Walk in front of them.
Through the handkerchief and the turbo. See what happens.
Sure.
John? All right, I'll be back. Would you mind pulling license and test to lane 6 for me?
Hey, listen up out there. Attention in the pits. License and test. License and test.
This is our last hit today, by the way, for license and test.
This is your call to the lanes for your final rotation or your final hit today. License and test. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. License and test. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. This will be your final call. Well, we're not making it a final call quite yet. I might call you again, But this will be your last chance, your last hit at the track today. And we'll give a standby call to junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, this is your standby call.
Over at brought them out there to open the box. I don't know where they went after that.
So we've got Lordco Super Combo cars pulled up to the front of staging lanes, ready to go. Brian out there giving the track a little spray, put some fresh glue down. We'll be back to sending cars down the track momentarily. Feeling hungry? Well, the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack has got dinner on for you. They are ready and waiting. Also, lots of great deals in the pro shop.
All old stock is $17.50 for shirts and $40 for hoodies.
T-shirts for $17.50. So we're talking old stock, not the brand new stock, but the old stock. $17.50 for a T-shirt, $40 for a hoodie. Look at that. You could clothe the entire family. Hey, if anybody's looking for a 28-foot trailer, believe it's a 2019 model. Don't quote me on that. But go see Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen has a 28-foot trailer for sale. And tell him John sent you. He'll give you 50% off. Here we go, a super combo. Couple of 1090 players to start us off here. In round number 2, Dan Parsons and Herman Chan. Herman Chan in the white 67 Camaro. Dan Parsons in the blue 1970 Plymouth Duster. Three bulbs lit, waiting on Herman. Now he's in. Here we go. Somebody with 39 thou in their pocket. Herman Chan had the better light, 004. Then takes 12 thou to be the least under. Wins a double breakout, 1088 to 1085. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Street to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Thunder to lane number 1. Junior Lightning to lane number 2. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street, come on down. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. So once again, Junior Dragsters, come on down. Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Junior Street, lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. So Austin Christopher, back up for another hit on the Pro Mod bike. How about that? Went 204 miles an hour, I do believe, on the last hit. Record numbers for that bike, I believe, are in the neighborhood of 233 miles per hour. So we're going to go ahead and make the final call for license and test. License and test, this is your final call for your final run of the day. So final call goes out to license and test. You got to get to lanes 5 and 6, or preferably 6 if you want to make a hit. How about 608 at 228 miles an hour? That is knocking on the door of the world record, I do believe. Now, it might be 608 something. I cannot remember off the top of my head what the record is. pulling out my phone as we speak. 608, 228 miles an hour for Austin Christopher on that Kawasaki Pro Mod. Wow.
Hey, you guys are good to send.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
So Austin Christopher just went 608 with an 8. The record is 608 with a 0. So we were within a hundredth of a second of resetting the record. Speed record, just for the record, is 232 miles an hour. So not record breaking, nonetheless a very impressive hit by Austin Christopher and team. Great job, you guys. Joel Smith is moving on to round number 3. Goes 1066 on the 1060 dial. Had the reaction time over Dan Gray, but just by 3 thou. Gray comes up 1189 on the 1180 dial. Now Jamie Roth and Scott Winterbottom. Not sure whether that was extra clutch slippage or extra wheel spin for Jamie Roth, but it was detrimental to say the very least. Comes up 1022 on the 1006 dial, not going to get it done. Scott Winterbottom is moving on to the semifinal round, I do believe. So Rich Graves and Keith Winterbottom now. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, heads up for Super Pro. Everyone's still in Super Pro. Please listen. Once again, Super Pro, pay attention. The ladder is garbage. Throw away the ladder. We are not yet on a ladder. We still have 9 cars. Unfortunately, we kind of forgot about Daryl Tippy. So once you add him in there, that's 9 cars. One more round of random pairing for Super Pro. Super Pro, ignore said ladder. You are still random pairing. So Mike is back. With that, I'm going to go get ready. Because Pro Bracket is also one more round of random pairing.
Diesel Nova, little bit of a tire chitter, but definitely hooked up better than the last run. Making it down the track with a 995 at 114 miles per hour. Chris Stone was on a rip down the track with a 877 at 156 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro, we need you guys to the lanes. Pro to the lanes, please. Sportsman, you're on standby. That is Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Okay, James McNeil takes the win on that one with a 950 on a 943 dial. Crossing the trap with a 73 mile per hour pass. James McNeil will move on. We got Lyndon Reynolds, 98 Acura Integra, driving with Second Gen Racing and Hoosier Tire. Abel McAllen in the 06 Ford diesel truck with Stay Tuned Auto Repair. Lyndon's got a 1104 dial. Abel with a 963 dial. Man, you could just tell the second that Ford gets into the boost. Lyndon Reynolds, 1105, takes the win light on that one. So Lyndon Reynolds is going to move on in his 98 Acura Integra. That was a good race for both drivers. Abel McAllen ran a 963.08 on his 963 dial-in. But Lyndon was just closer there with a 0623 margin. So Lyndon will move on. Now we got junior dragsters, Cadence Rodrigue in the left lane with an 898 dial, driving for Amsoil, Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. Lord Colane, we got Alex Green, True North Mechanical, 890 dial, lined up against Cadence 898 dial. Right lane takes it. Alex Green in the Lordco lane, 899 on the 890. Crossing the 8th mile at 69 miles per hour. Now we have Dallas Jackson in the Tower lane, driving for Extreme Hydrovac and Cascade Capital. She's dialed in with an 1199. Lined up next to Ashton Katnick, driving with Lordco and TK Performance, dialing in with an 892. Well, Ashton Katnick gets the win light on that. Dallas jumped the gun a little bit there. Ashton Katnick running an 892 at 73 miles per hour. 892 with a 6 on his 892 dial. So Ashton Katnick will be in the Junior Thunder final. And that's it for the third round of eliminations for Junior Thunder. They're going to come back around for their final run. Looks like Ashton Katnick running up against Alex Green. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, come on down to the lanes. We need sportsmen in the lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Standby, Super Pro. All racers by the concession stand. After finals, there is a barbecue for the racers. Yes, there's a barbecue for the racers, and it starts as soon as the racing ends. So save some room and come on down to the barbecue. Now we're getting started with Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning, third round of eliminations. We got Connor Jackson making a pass with a 798 dial. Breaking the 8th mile beams with 795 at 80 miles an hour. We got Bentley Johnson in the tower lane, driving with Rodrigue Family Racing with a 799 dial. April Bond in the Lordco lane, driving the JBS Pink Machine, 796 dial. And this race will determine which racer will be in the final for Junior Lightning. And it is going to be Bentley Johnson in the tower lane. April Bond left a little early. Bentley Johnson running an 8:04 at 80 miles per hour. So our final for Junior Lightning is going to be Bentley Johnson lined up next to Connor Jackson. And that's a wrap for the third round eliminations for Junior Lightning. So we are going to move on to Pro bracket. All right, first matchup. Eliminations round 3 for the pros. We got Nick Douglas with a 12-12 dial in the blue Dodge in the Lordco lane. Mike Render in the Tower lane, 85 S10 driving with Fountain Tire. He's on a 1091 dial. Driving a single cab short box truck powered by a 6-liter LS. And Mike Render takes it, leaving with a 002 reaction time. 1091 with an 8 on his 1091 dial. Crossing the quarter mile at 119 miles per hour. John Tabak in the Tower lane, 89 Chevy S10. Locked in a 1053 dial, lining up next to David Trimble out in Nanaimo in his 2000 Mustang. In the Lordco lane, David Trimble's got a 905 dial. Clean launch for both lanes, and David Trimble takes it with a 906 on his 905 dial. Quarter mile per hour, 156 miles per hour. David Trimble will go on, and we got Andy Klosky from Quesnel in the strip teaser, the 65 Chevy in the Tower lane, with a 982 dial. Jeff Bell in the Lordco lane with a 962 dial. Both cars wheels up at the starting line, but Jeff Bell gives it to Andy Klosky, leaving by 200s early. Andy Klosky running a 980. So Andy Klosky went too quick, but Jeff Bell redlit. Andy Klosky moving on.
Sure.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the lanes. And motorcycles, two-wheelers talking to you guys. You guys are on standby. Super Pro, come on down. We got Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy 2. Preston Chevrolet car, the gunmetal gray car in the Tower lane with a 1022 dial, lined up next to Craig Johnson's 79 Malibu. BC Scala and Johnson's custom exhaust. Craig Johnson on a 1053 dial and a big wheelie as expected. Tower Lane gets it. Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy running a 1022 with a 2 on his 1022 dial-in. Crossing the quarter mile beams at 126 miles per hour. Ross Walker is moving on. We got Chris Stone with Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors in the left lane, dialed in with a 1029. Lined up next to Matt Warner. He's going to pull the front tires sky high off the ground on this launch. Matt Warner with a 1057 dial. Almost identical reaction times on that run, and Matt Warner takes it with a 1056. He broke out a little less than Chris Stone broke out. Breaking the quarter mile beams at 123 miles per hour. Matt Warner is moving on. And we're moving on to Sportsman. Eliminations round 3. We got Veronica Hodgson in her Poly Gold 69 Dodge. Lining up next to Bill Wells in the 79 Chevy Malibu. And this car has been running strong all day. It is also for sale. Bill Wells dialed in with an 1164. Veronica Hodgson with an 1195. Veronica Hodgson gets the win light there with a 1201, 92 miles per hour. Veronica Hodgson moves on. Uh-oh. Well, bit of a cloud in the Lordco lane. We got Tyler Smith, 1968 Chevelle, in the Tower Lane, 1160 dial, lining up next to Stormy Newcomb. Stormy driving the 99 Stepside S10, powered by a 355, driving for Acro Machining, Pavey Hill Machine, and SBB Racing. Tyler Smith, 1160 dial, Stormy, 1305. And Stormy takes it with a 1310 at 98 miles an hour. So Stormy Newcomb is going to be moving on. Coming up next, we have Rob Getz of Kamloops, BC, 2024 Ford F-150 with an 1170 dial. Ryan Ledrette, 71 Chevelle, 1179 dial. And Rob Getz hands it over to Ryan. Left a little early. So Ryan in his Chevelle is going to be moving on. Rob Getz is going to be parking the Ford. Now we have Nick Douglas, 1968 Dart, dialed in with a 1213. Steve Watkins, the Corvette in the Lordco lane with an 1160 dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles. Now's your time to come on down to lane 5. Motorcycles, lane 5. Hot rods, you guys are on standby. Standby. Hot rods. Motorcycles, lane 5. Come on down. Wind light in the Lordco lane for Steve Watkins. Running at 12:15 at 101 miles per hour. Steve Watkins will move on. That's a wrap for Sportsman Eliminations Round 3. Coming up next, we have Super Pro brackets. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods, lane 1 and 2. Super shifters, lane 3 and 4. That's hot rods. Come on down to lane 1 and 2. Super shifters, come on down to lane 3 and 4. Attention pits, super combo. We need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Super combo, lanes 5 and 6. Hot rods, super combo, super shifters, come on down, guys. We have Emily Gerard, 01 undercover dragster chassis, driving with Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical, lining up next to Jeremy Soares, an 01 Cameron dragster chassis. We got a 582 big block versus a 584 big block. A 749 dial next to a 739 dial, and Emily Gerard hands it over to Jeremy Soares, leaving 9 thou early. Jeremy Soares with a 012 reaction time. He will move on with a 738 at 179 miles per hour. Rick Modell getting the tires nice and hot in the white dragster in the tower lane. Rick Modell here from Courtney, BC, with a 779 dial in. Daryl Tippy in the Lordco lane, 62 Chevy 2, powered by a 454. Car's called Golden Shower. Daryl Tippy has a 10:53 dial. So Daryl Tippy is going to leave early. And then Rick Modell is going to have to try to reel him in. Green light for Rick. But Rick gets it no matter what because Daryl Tippy left early. A negative 2:08 reaction time. So Rick Modell, with his 772 pass at 170 miles per hour, is going to move on. We got Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington in the tower lane. 729 dial lined up next to Paul Soares, Terrace, BC on an 813 dial. Brad Powell lights up the win light. 729 with a 1 on his 729 dial. Great run for Brad Powell. Also had a 003 reaction time. Okay, back in action. Emma Debris Coos in the Lordco lane. Driving the Here Comes Trouble dragster. Dialed in with a 853, lined up next to Jeff Bell from Oliver, BC in the 76 Dodge. Jeff Bell with a 962 dial. Clean launch by both drivers. Dragster with the green win light. Emma moves on, 855 on her 853 dial. Breaking the beams at 155 mile an hour. And we got John Jenkins back in his 88 S10. Driving with West Coast Building, Mackenzie Racing on a 1010 dial. Getting off the line with 11th thou. Crossing the finish line with a 1010 with a 9. Solid run, 130 miles per hour.
We're doing a bit of break-in rotation. We're going to get super combo and the junior finalists.
All right, folks, here is your motorcycle final. The final, we got Corey Craig from Chilliwack riding his Hayabusa 1300 turbocharged unit in the tower lane, riding with Black Lightning up against Isaac Hazelton 97 Suzuki 600. Corey Craig with a 791 dial, Isaac Hazelton 1195. Oh dear. Well, looks like Isaac Hazelton got that one. Something happened with Corey Craig. Problem with that bike. Slowing right down, pulling over before the quarter mile.
So he gets the win. Corey wins.
Wow. So, my mistake.
Get out there to get him off the track, please.
Corey Craig, who is on the track right now before the quarter mile mark, Isaac Hazelton broke out. So Corey Craig, although he didn't pass the finish line, he is our winner. Corey Craig, winner today for motorcycles.
And we need juniors down to the lanes. Junior street, junior dragster, or junior light, junior thunder, junior light, whatever. I got you. Just junior, down to the lanes now.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior, down to the lanes. Come on down, guys. We need junior street, junior thunder, and junior lightning. Come on down for your finals. Well, guys, I have some good news for those racers who are not in competition. Turns out there's a barbecue that's hot down by the concession stand for the racers Racers Barbecue has begun. So if you guys are feeling hungry for some dinner, head on over there. Racers Barbecue has begun. Attention racers, we have a pair of prescription glasses left on the wall of the Lordco lane. They've been left here all day. So if you're missing a pair of prescription glasses, come on and grab them. All right, we have Steve Veach from Courtney, BC in the Tower Lane 72 Duster. Powered by a 416 small block. Lining up next to Herman Chan, 67 Camaro. Both cars are on a 1090 dial for the Super Combo Final. And Herman Chan takes it in the 67 Camaro, 1089 on the 1090 dial. He broke out slightly less than Steve Veach. Herman Chan takes the win on that. Warren Jacobson leaves 1 thou early on that run with the 67 Chevy 2. And I may have misspoke. That last race, that was not the final. Switching up the order here a little bit. Jeff Eason, 72 Mach 1. 1073 dial, Tower Lane. Barry Patterson, the Lordco Lane, in 65 Coronet. Leaves early. Well, that's an easy one. Gives the win to Jeff Eason, who ran a 1071 at $120. Jeff moves on in the hot rod class. Well, we got Ryan Isherwood here in the Tower Lane. Out of Cobble Hill, BC, driving his 66 Satellite. Ryan Isherwood on his solo run runs a 11:25. On his 11:28 dial, we have Joel Smith in the Lordco lane, 71 Ventura. Zapstrap Racing and Gibson Strands dialed in with a 10:30. Tower Lane, we got Scott Winterbottom, 63 Chevy with a 9:41 dial. And Joel Smith hands it over to Scott Winterbottom, leaving early. So Scott Winterbottom running a 9:40 at 1:38 takes the win on that one. We got John DePork, 77 Camaro in the Tower Lane, 10:27 dial, lining up next to Rich Graves, 67 El Camino on a 12:15 dial.
Who's that sitting on the wall? Who? Be that close to the wall.
Rich Graves leaves early, so John DePork moves on. John gets the win on that one. Lyndon Reynolds in the left lane, 98 Acura Integra. Second Gen Racing, Hoosier Tire, with an 11:04 dial in. James McNeil in the Mustang on a 9:45. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need pro to the lanes. Pro to the lanes. Stand by, Sportsman. Sportsman, stand by. Lyndon Reynolds in his 98 Acura gets the win on that one with a 10.99. 65 mile an hour at the 8th. I just noticed something. Lyndon Reynolds, that was the finals for Junior Street. So Lyndon Reynolds, you are the winner for Junior Street today. We got Ashton Katnick in the Tower Lane, Lordco TK Performance, 892 dial, lined up against Alex Green in the Lordco Lane, True North Mechanical with an 894 dial.
Hey, just a little heads up for everybody left in competition. We are at that point in the day where we have every intention of accelerating the program, so to speak. So if you're still in competition, be prepared to get yourself turned around nice and quick. We're not quite at the point where we call all cars left in competition to the lanes yet. We're almost there, but not quite. But we are definitely looking for you to step up your program, get things turned around as quickly as possible. The time is now almost 7 p.m. We have a driver's barbecue. I'm going to go ahead and say that it's drivers and other people. Basically, if you're on the property, you're invited. That'll be taking place following the race. We would like to eventually get there. So just a little heads up, please get yourselves turned around quickly.
And Ashton Katnick, well done and congratulations. You're the winner of Junior Thunder. Ashton Katnick with an 889 at 72 miles per hour.
Hey, just a heads up, Safety has on their truck a power steering cap or power steering lid or power steering dipstick, whatever you want to call it. So if you run power steering, make sure your system is complete. Because this thing came from somewhere, we would very much like to get it back on the car it came off of before you run again. So if you run power steering, let's double check your car, make sure you've still got all the pieces.
Connor Jackson in the tower lane up against Bentley Johnson for the Junior Lightning final, and Bentley Johnson wins. Bentley Johnson with the 802 on the 801 dial. Congratulations and well done, Bentley Johnson. You are the winner of the Junior Lightning today.
So we're going to call Sportsman. Sportsman, come on back. Sportsman, we need Sportsman. We'll go ahead and call Pro or Super Pro as well. We've already made the call for Pro bracket. So everything we've got is on a ladder. We're down to just a handful of cars. So essentially, I think we're at that point that anyone left in competition, this is your call back to the lanes. So if you're still running, come on down to the staging lanes. We'll get you paired up as per your ladder. So all classes, this is your call to the staging lanes. All classes, all competitors, come on down.
So they still got to do another elimination round there before getting into the final. How many cars is left in there?
Well, in pro bracket, there's 5 cars left. Three cars. And 2. There's 3 rounds of pro bracket. You're trying to gauge out, yeah. Probably an hour. It's probably a safe bet. If nothing else. So Mikey Render was 002 on the starting line. If there's going to be a round that you want to be deadly on the starting line in, it's the one prior to the ladder round. Because reaction times build the ladder. Mike Render was 002, so he gets the bye at 5 cars. So 5 cars, you know what that means. 5 cars gives you 3 cars. There's going to be a bye into the final round as well. Well, that didn't look very good. Mike Render rolls through the beams.
Question mark.
And now we have a pair of cars, Mike. What do you think?
Well, we got David Trimble. All the way from Nanaimo, took a ferry to get here in his 2000 Mustang. Next to Matt Warner, a car that really enjoys getting those front tires off the ground. Which, of course, is always entertaining to watch.
So Dave Trimble, that's the dude I lost to. Well, I did not quite see what happened over on the other side. Matt Warner's got his door open. I'm kind of thinking something's up, but we will await official word from the race officials. How about that? The Dave Trimble's tree did come down.
I don't know what. I totally get you, Pat. I just don't know what would cause.
All right, we got our next pair of pros lining up here. Ross Walker, 66 Chevy 2, Andy Klosky, 65 Chevy. Ross Walker in the tower lane with the 1090 dial. Andy Klosky, Lordco lane with a 979 dial.
So Ross Walker dialed in at 1020 for Preston Chevrolet. Andy Klosky, winner 2 weekends ago. Went to the final round both days. Won one day and had to settle for the runner-up position on the other day. And Andy Klosky is going to the semifinals once again. Ross Walker was better on the starting line, 12-23, but at the finish line, Ross Walker taking over a 10th to get there, about 500ths below the 1020 prediction. Andy Klosky was also well under. Or sorry, he was on the safe side, 983 and the 979. Now Veronica Hodgson is going to take on Steve Watkins. Steve Watkins, not sure what's up. We do not see the blue Mustang today. Instead, we see a black Corvette. So Steve Watkins dialed in at 1160, but I'm going to say the car is capable of going considerably quicker than that. 1160 is as low as he can dial. Veronica Hodgson carefully bumping the little dart into the beams. Steve Watkins, wow, wins it on a double breakout. He had a sizable reaction time advantage. He was 010 on the tree, nicely done. Veronica was a little bit late with a 108 light at the finish line. It is Watkins there by 52 thousandths to wind up 5 numbers under the 1160 dial, turning the win light on in the process. So it looks like hot rod final round. Ryan Isherwood and Jeff Eason. Ryan Isherwood's your winner. Jeff Eason turns it red by 35 thousandths. So Ryan Isherwood over Jeff Eason today in hot rod. Johnny Jenkins for McKenzie Racing, Bubba Speed Shop. Got the yellow S10 dialed in at 1010. Attention in the pits, David Trimble. David Trimble. Specifically, David Trimble, we need you back here for your rerun. Again, we are looking for David Trimble back to the lanes as soon as possible, please. Dave Trimble, this is your call to the staging lanes. So Rick Modell turns it red by 1 thou. John Jenkins was ready to go. He was 12 on the tree. Then 10:06 on the 10:10 on the time trial. Couple of dragsters now. Emma Debris Coos in the right-hand lane. For BD Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Bowtie Ventures, and Straight Line Race Cars. Emma dialed in at 8:53. Very pretty blue dragster over here in the left lane. You see some pretty wild paint schemes on dragsters, and that's super cool, but I also appreciate the nice, clean, simple look. We've got 3 plain white dragsters here today. I love them. So Jeremy Soares, left side, dialed 738. 2 green lights, just 1 thou apart. Highly unlikely we're going to see a whole shot win here. At the finish line, it is Jeremy Soares winning it on a double breakout. Soares under by 14 thou, Emma under by 17 thou. Emma taking the stripe by 3 thou. So the math says, I was going to say just about impossible, but just a nice close drag race. Emma Debris needed to take less than 1 thou at the stripe to guarantee herself the win. So Jeremy Soares coming back. Brad Powell on the single. So Brad Powell bought this car this morning, as I understand the story. Off of Derek Shirk. Hey, listen up out there in the pits, especially if you won or runner-up. We will meet you in the winner's circle. Winner's circle photos will be taking place as we crown our winners and following the race. So if you win or runner-up today, we would love to get some photos of you. Brad Powell, 062 to start off, and on the 728 dial, how about 726 with a 6? No, I'm good, man.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need a trans brake solenoid. Mike Render, racer in distress. Mike Render is in need of a trans brake solenoid for a Turbo 400.
So Dave Trimble gets the win on the rerun. Matt Warner had the starting line advantage, then ran under.
Did we run Matt Mustang again?
So we are down to 3 cars in pro bracket. Not sure what we've got in the way of other classes. I'm kind of thinking that we could very well be in our final rounds for everything else.
Warren, what'd you break?
So again, we have a racer in need. We need a trans brake solenoid for a Turbo 400, and we need it fast. Ideally, we need it for the next round of pro bracket. So pro bracket racer Warren Render in dire need of one right now. So if you got one, please step up. So here comes our super combo final round. The champ, Warren Jacobson, taking on Herman Chan. These are two guys that have been playing around with that 1090 Super Street Index for quite some time. Jacobson, the Chevy 2 left side. Chan in his 67 Camaro. Somebody's packing 52,000s. Probably the guy who's ahead. Oh, Herman Chan goes 11 seconds flat. Lets Warren Jacobson drive around him at the finish line to take the stripe by 12 thou and beat 1094 on the 1090. Herman Chan had the starting line 20-72, but Warren Jacobson gets the win. Nice job. So, Dave Trimble, I know you just ran But pro bracket, we're still at 3 cars, so we would like to get that semifinal round in as soon as possible. We have made the call, of course, for anyone in competition to get yourselves back to the lanes ASAP. Here comes our Super Shifter final round. John DePork and Scott Winterbottom. With John DePork in the blue Camaro, dialed in at 1027. Scott Winterbottom, dialed in at 941. So just shy of a second. We'll separate them by the dials. That'll be the handicap on the tree. There goes John DePork. There goes Scott Winterbottom. 2 green lights, 17 thou the difference between them. And Scott Winterbottom gets it done. To the stripe first by 40. Goes 2 above. 943 on the 941. John DePork had the starting line advantage, but manages 1035 on the 1027. Just couldn't make that work. So Scott Winterbottom over John DePork. So we've got a Sportsman final yet to complete. Super Pro, I do believe, is down to the final round. All right, semifinal round in Super Pro along with Pro Bracket. So Dave Trimble in Pro Bracket just ran most recently. So Super Pro, we're looking for you next. I would say we're most urgently looking for you. Of course, we're looking for anybody left in competition to get back here as soon as you possibly can.
So we're waiting for Ryan with Dre.
Hey, listen up in the pit. Ryan Ledrette. We need you now, Ryan. Come on down. So if you're taping the national event and don't want to hear about Pro Mod qualifying results, well, then you should cover up your ears because I'm going to talk about them. Actually, we'll just go over the final qualifying order. They had weather struggles in South Georgia today, so it was a reduced program. So the ladder has been set after just 3 rounds of qualifying as opposed to 4. So the hometown boy, Justin Bond, qualified in the number 10 position. Number 1 qualifier, another Division 6 dude, Derek Menholt. Very top of the ladder with a 5.62. 3/100ths of a second quicker than the number 2 position qualifier. That would be Jason Collins with a 5.65. Then a couple of cars going 5.66, Lyle Barnett and Mike Stavarinos. J.R. Gray rounding out the top 5. Not qualified, Kevin Rivenbark and Alex Laughlin. So again, eliminations will be coming up tomorrow at the NHRA Southern Nationals. Hello, Andy Klosky. We're looking for Andy Klosky. So here we go, pro bracket, semi-final round, just 3 cars. So here we go, Dave Trimble and Mike Render. Now, of course, the big question, did Mike Render find a trans brake solenoid? Apparently theirs was functioning, it was just a little bit intermittent. Possibly they fixed the existing one, possibly they got another one, possibly he's gonna foot brake, I don't know. Somehow, he's gonna have to get around Dave Trimble. Trimble, wow, changes his dial to 915. He was dialed 906 just a round or 2 ago. So not sure what's going on there. So Render in the black S10, Trimble in the black Mustang. Mike Render way out in front and turns on the wind light. Nicely done. Mike Render was 27 on the tree. Dave Trimble's light started with a 3, so he was in rough shape. And Trimble's car seems to be falling off. 149 miles an hour, possibly he was on the brakes. Mike Render was definitely on the brakes, down to 108 miles an hour at just 11:17. So Mike Render going to the final round, where he will face Andy Klosky. Andy Klosky with the bye at 3 cars. Andy Klosky scoring his second bye of the day. Man, that's not bad when you're in a 5-round race. Or sorry, 6-round race. And 2 of your rounds are buys. He got one via the potential buy, which you are awarded when you cut the best light of the round prior. And it's all on the up and up. You're allowed to get 2 buys. Just one of them can be in the random rounds. The other one would have to be on the ladder. And, well, that's the way the ladder worked out. Andy Klosky with the single. At 3 cars. So it's going to be him and Mike Render in the final. So Andy Klosky with the bye would have the option. He could just simply stage the car, keep the equipment nice and cool, or he can make a run. Well, based on the burnout he did, I'm saying he's planning to make a run. Wants the most recent data possible with which to work with. How about a 10 light? That'll work. Right where you want to be, I'd say. Goes 976, 135. So there we go. We are set for the final round of Pro Bracket. It's going to be Mike Render and it's going to be Andy Klosky. Here comes our Sportsman final round. So Ryan Ledrette suffered a engine failure on the dyno while preparing for the 2026 season here at the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Oh no, what's happened now? Oh, I think Ryan is making the claim that he can't see the tree. So drivers back in the cars, getting belted up. We're going to do this. Yes, that sun is very bright, but it's not actually behind the tree. So it is what it is. I think the reality is we could shut down for an hour at this time of day, just about every race, but we can't afford to do that. So 1160 versus 1175. Steve Watkins dials as quick as he can in the class of Sportsman. Ryan Ledrette dialed in at 1175. Behind the wheel, the blue Chevelle over in the right lane. Both cars pre-staged. Watkins lights the third bulb. Now Ryan's in. Here we go. Ryan Ledrette gets it done. He was 066 to 105, had the starting line advantage. So Ryan Ledrette, your winner today in Sportsman. Semi-final round. A couple of blue dragsters. Just 4th out difference on the starting line. Finish line says it is Brad Powell going to the final round. His first day in his new dragster. Wow, that's pretty cool. Brad Powell, 726 on the 725 dial. He was one above. 024 on the starting line. Jeremy Soares was 028 on the starting line. Then gets to the stripe first by 12 thousandths of a second to be 4th out under the 736 dial. So it's going to be Brad Powell and John Jenkins. John Jenkins predicts 10:05. And all out goes 10:04 with an 8. So we're down to just 2 final rounds, 4 cars. We need you guys back ASAP. So the time is now 7:40. I think realistically you should be prepared to make your next run in no more than 15 minutes. Maybe it should be more like 12. That's not my call, though. What do you think, Wally? Okay, race director Wally DePerrin says 10 minutes. So that means all 4 of you back in the staging lanes 10 minutes from now. Pro Bracket finalists and Super Pro finalists. Again, the current time is 7:40. We plan on running your finals at 7:50. So once again, all racers, want to give you guys a shout out. Excellent car counts today. I believe we had 34 cars in Super Pro. That was a good looking field. So thanks very much for supporting Mission Raceway. Of course, we want to thank River Valley Ford, Mission's brand new Ford dealership, for coming on board and supporting us in 2026 in a very big way. Again, those brand new Fords are still on display. They have moved them out of the way, so they're not blocking the winner's circle. Got a Bronco and an Explorer down there for you to check out. So we're just about ready to put the final touches on what has been a great day. So Racer Barbecue taking place after the race. I'm assuming that's going to be over at the Max Fox building?
No, beside the concession.
Beside the concession stand.
We changed it this year.
Just to change it up a little. Why not?
I think it's just like on this
Andy isn't class.
track side of the concession.
So apparently we've got Mike Render back. So we're waiting on Andy Klosky. Andy Klosky, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. And Super Pro finalists, we expect to have you back in the staging lanes in about 6 minutes' time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Raceway. So we're just finished up tonight. We just got like one run to do. And then tomorrow we start racing at 9 a.m. And then go straight into eliminations about 11 o'clock. Yep, and then kids 12 and under are free. I was saying like that. Oh no, it seems to be in the table over here.
And here comes Andy Klosky. Well, here is our second to last pair of cars for the day. Andy Klosky, who has been to every pro bracket final round in 2026. How's that for a record? He's got 1 win and 1 runner-up so far, so he's either going to be 2-1 or 1-2. In a moment or so, we'll know which one it is. Mike Render absolutely wants to get in his way. So a little over 1 full second is going to separate these two cars at the starting line. Mike Render's dialed 1082. Andy Klosky's dialed 978. So the bad luck and trouble S10 versus the strip teaser Chevelle. So Mike Render cuts exactly the same light as he did last time, and it's good for the win. How about that? 26 on the tree, 2 above at the finish line, taking 20 thou against Andy Klosky. Nicely done. Andy Klosky was 062 on the starting line and mathematically locked out. Hey, final round Super Pro, final round Super Pro, where are you? If you're not in the staging lanes, it's where you need to be. Now, we warned you that we needed to run you by 7:50. It's now 7:52, so there's no excuses. So how about that Mike Render? 1084 with a 1 on the 1082 dial. He was 026 up front. Got the win.
Okay, let's call Mr. Powell down by name. We need him now. We got Mr. Jenkins here.
Hey, Brad Powell. You better get to the staging lanes. Brad Powell, you were well warned that you had to turn it around quickly. You were given 10 minutes. It's been 12 so far, so this is absolutely your final warning. You need to get to the staging lanes. I hate to be so blunt and forward, but it is what it is. Brad Powell, we need you now.
Hey, John, we're going to get John suited up here, and he's going to go around the corner. So Brad better make his way down now and be ready to go.
Well, I'm told that they are putting John Jenkins in the car, telling him to get belted up. When he's done that, they're going to start moving him forward. So, Brad Powell, you are out of time. You need to be on your way to the lanes, and hopefully you got your suit on and you're at least halfway belted up. Well, I see Brad Powell has arrived. Here comes our final round. Brad Powell and John Jenkins. So it's going to be John Jenkins in the right lane. Behind the wheel, the yellow S10. He's dialed in at 10:03. Brad Powell dialed 7:25 in the brand new to him dragster. So keeps the burnout short. So John Jenkins in the right lane, Brad Powell in the left. Jenkins has the pre-stage bulb lit. Now Powell lights his pre-stage. 3 bulbs lit, waiting for Powell. 4 bulbs, here we go. Wow. All I can say is wow. John Jenkins. Quad zip on the starting line, then dead on with a 4 at the finish line, taking 27 thousandths at the stripe. Man, that was textbook on how you want to do it. John Jenkins, well, reality is he couldn't have been any closer to going red, but you can't argue with perfect. John Jenkins, 10:03 with a 4, so that'd be a 4 thou package, every bit of it on the finish line. Quad zip on the starting line. So that's just 3 race days in 2026, and we've already seen 2 quad zip lights. So absolutely fantastic day here at Mission Raceway Park. Want to thank all the staff here at Mission Raceway. It takes a lot of hard work, a lot of hours put in to make a race day happen like this. So great job, everybody. Thank you very much. Again, thanks to all the racers for coming out, supporting Mission Raceway, spending your hard-earned dollars at this facility. We very much appreciate you. And here's the great news. We get to do this all over again tomorrow, bright and early.
Racers, remember to wear your...
And the good news isn't finished yet. Racer Barbecue coming up right now over beside the concession stand area. Winner's Circle picks. If you want those done, we need you up here promptly. The time is now a little bit after 7 p.m. And I'm told that if the kids want to play crazy tag, to go see Shelly. So all kinds of activities still going on. And again, if you won or runner-up today, we would very much like to get a picture of you in the winner's circle, but we'd like to do that kind of soon. It's been a long day. Bo would like to finish his day off as well. So if we haven't gotten you yet and you won or runner-up today, come on up to the winner's circle promptly, please. So once again, thanks for everybody. Great day. We will see you over at the barbecue. And we'll be back here in the morning.